Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the EUKI Networking Conference 2024. It's so good to see all of you. My name is Mariana Evenstein, and on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, as well as the EUKI Secretariat, it is my pleasure to be here with all of you, guiding you through our fantastic program over the next few days. So I heard already all sorts of languages, and I know that many of you had to travel pretty far to join us here in Berlin today. And I also know that there are other participants who are joining us virtually via the live stream. So hello to all of our guests joining us digitally. But no matter how you are participating in this year's conference, I can tell you the goal is the same. We want you to gain valuable insights. We want you to be inspired. We want you to exchange ideas with like-minded professionals working in climate action. And we also want you to have a little bit of fun, hopefully. So before we get started, I would just like to mention, we will be filming today, and we will be taking photos. So if any of you would prefer not to be filmed today, you should have already let our organizers know, and if you have changed your mind, please get in touch with the registration team. But we would like to capture all of the fantastic moments and exchanges with all of you over the next few days. Great. So with that out of the way, something else that I would absolutely like to highlight is that we're very honored this morning to be welcoming the State Secretary from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Mr. Sven Giegold. He will have a few welcoming remarks for all of us in just a few moments, but before that, we would like to officially open our conference with a few welcoming words from the EUKI director, Nele Böhner. For those of you who may not have had a chance to meet her yet, Nele just took over as director of EUKI not that long ago, so just in the beginning of the year. And she's an environmental and climate economist. She's got lots and lots of experience advising national ministries on climate policy, not only here in Germany, but also for many other countries. And she's already helped to build a significant number of climate action networks that involved all sorts of stakeholders from political backgrounds and scientific backgrounds. And we're really thrilled that she's with us today. So, Nele, great to see you. The stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mariana, and good morning to all of you. So before we have the honor to be welcoming State Secretary Mr. Giegold here on stage, I would like to address a few opening remarks from the EUKI Secretariat. So on behalf, again, of the EUKI Secretariat, we would like to welcome you to this year's EUKICon, the EUKI Networking Conference 2024. You already said it, Mariana. Many of you made a long way. We are very happy that you are here, and it was so nice already to see that, yeah, you reconnected, you met again after a few years, or after having just met online before. So that's very pleasing to see. Also, welcome to the people that are joining online. This is the 5th EUKI Networking Conference here in Berlin. And the reason why we make this effort to organize such a conference and why we ask you to make an effort to prepare for sessions, prepare for presentations, is because we know how important and valuable it is to exchange on perspective and to exchange knowledge on, climate action, on what is so important to all of us. And especially to do that in a large and a diverse group as we are here together today and tomorrow. Some of you might know EUKI already very well, some might not, so let me just give you a little bit of context and let's also crunch a few numbers. So the European Climate Initiative, EUKI, was launched in 2017 and is financed by the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. That one we already heard. But now what comes for EUKI is since its foundation, it has already funded 210 projects with a total funding volume of 95 million euro. And these projects have been and are also currently being implemented by a total of 440 organizations from all over Europe. We are very happy that around about 100 of these organizations that are also representing 51 EUKI projects are now present here. And for me personally, as I just joined the EUKI team beginning of this year, I'm very excited to finally meet many of you in person. Beginning of this year, we also launched the EUKI's 8th call for project ideas, and a total of 231 project ideas were submitted. For you, that's just a number. For us, it was a 28% increase in project ideas that were submitted if you compare it to the previous years. And for me, these numbers mean that it's an evidence of the urgent needs to tackle the climate change challenges, but it's also an evidence of the never-ending inspiring ideas that you bring to face those challenges. And you do that across different countries, and you do that also while sharing and learning in cross-border consortia. So maybe, let's see, if this conference would also contribute to having even more ideas in our next call in 2025. So with this, I would like to invite you to engage with your peers, to engage with the invited experts, to engage with policymakers that are present, but also share with us and share with the others the issues and the topics that you think are most important for the future. So thank you for your work and your ambition. Thank you for contributing to European climate action. And thank you for coming and for sharing your experiences. Enjoy the conference.
Yeah, Nele, thank you so much for your warm words. And now it's my pleasure to welcome the State Secretary, Mr. Sven Giegold. Just a few words about our Secretary. He's been serving at the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action since December of 2021, so just the last couple of years. Prior to that, between 2009 and 2021, he was a member of the European Parliament for the German Green Party, and today he's here with us to talk about European climate policy, but also to engage in a dialogue with members of the EUKI community. So we're thrilled that you could be here with us. Sven Giegold, welcome. The stage is yours.
Yes, thank you to all of you, Excellencies, and I would like first to say welcome to Germany, welcome to Berlin. Do you know how you recognize being in Germany? When you open a conference, the first thing is not that you are told that Berlin is a really cool city, that we have great beer and great food and hospitality. No, you are told about data protection rules and that you may be photographed. The rule is even put on the first slide. So this is Germany. This is what you can like and love about Germany. And you may experience also that we are also humans and not only interpreter of EU regulations. Beyond that, I would like to say that you were introducing me very kindly, but before I joined the Greens, which I never wanted, I was very active in civil society. Yeah, it's true. In civil society and green businesses. So exactly in those sort of projects, which is now done in your respective countries by yourself, if our projects, which was about energy cooperatives and green businesses, could have been funded under EUKI if it wasn't in Germany. So, and now with this new government, we have a key mission, and this is to green the German business model to transform the German business model into an age of digitalization and planetary boundaries. And I know that most of you, probably all of you, are in a similar mission in your country. And this is why it's great to be here. And let me say that what Europe has achieved is very unlikely. We have seen so many cynics about Europe in the past, and Europe was shaken by several deep crises, the COVID crisis, before the financial crisis, and now a direct attack on our neighbor and future member Ukraine. And in this situation, Europe did not say, okay, now is not the time for climate, but we took a conscious decision. In this moment, the Green Deal was put into practice, and we managed to vote all the different bits and pieces of legislation which will change the way how we do business, how we build buildings, how we are organizing our mobility, how we produce energy, all this in order to take our responsibility to protect the planet for future generations and to create economic opportunities and business models for the future. And the European Climate Law has set a framework for making Europe the first climate neutral continent globally, and the Fit for 55 underpinned this with legally binding obligations. And what as a European former European Member of Parliament, I'm very proud of, for the first time, we made environmental legislation and at the same time introduced binding social redistribution with the European Social Climate Fund, which means that what we will earn, a part of the money which we will earn by CO2 emission certificates, will be redistributed to those countries which have less resources available in order to finance the transformation. We will also now move to a second stage, which will put European technologies and industrial facilities at the heart to make sure that future industries with green business models will thrive in Europe. This is why the agreement for the Net Zero Industry Act is very important for us. And all these efforts, they are not simply paperwork, and you know it because you are part of it. And they are not simply paperwork. As you can see, we see strong expansion of solar energy, also of wind energy. We have now 50 gigawatt installed last year in additional solar energy. We see a doubling of new investment about every 2 years. And we have done this also by facilitating red tape obstacles and declaring a permitting emergency. We also see more and more heat pumps installed in order to make sure that buildings in the future are not heated with fossil fuels but based on renewable energy. And we see also more and more people employed in the respective green markets. Alone in Germany last year, we had 14 gigawatt of new PV installed, which means that 1 million new solar installations were installed only last year, which means nothing else than 1 million solar entrepreneurs, people who took the decision to invest money either in their own homes or collectively in companies, in energy communities, and by that way making the energy turnaround work. So we can be really proud that we did this in a moment of strong outside pressure, and this has also a good reason, because energy transition means also security. It means more independence from doubtful countries which basically have authoritarian regimes, which are often also those who deliver the fossil fuels on which we depended so far, and I have to say also a significant part of the nuclear fuels. So, however, we may not underestimate the big challenges ahead. So on the one side, there is strong pressure in our neighborhood. and there is growing geopolitical tension, and at the same time, the climate crisis is further accelerating, and this means that we will have challenging economic climate ahead through intensified global competition, in particular for green markets. So, and this means, with a view to the next Commission, it is critical that we now implement what we decided, and at the same time make sure that the respective business opportunities are also grasped, that additional investment and new competitiveness based on green solution and green innovation are happening all over Europe. And therefore, let me be very clear, we will not give in to those populists who have always, wherever you look in Europe, two main adversaries. They dislike the European democracy, they want to go back to a purely national democracy, and they claim that climate action is not necessary. And therefore, you are at the heart with your project, because you are combining Europe and climate, you are at the heart of the pressure exerted by many backward-looking populists. And I can tell you, for the German government, and we will not give in to this pressure. The European Green Deal is here to stay, to be implemented and to be developed. And this means we will also now, with our partners, define the agenda for the next 5 years. First, of course, the citizens have their say, and they vote for the European Parliament. This will determine also the future course. At the same time, the member states are defining their priorities, and this will then lead to the next electoral cycle. And as I said, it will be critical for us to cut additional red tape to make the green transition and future technologies more successful in Europe. Therefore, we need also a Green Deal industrial plan, which does not mean that we need now an industrial plan outside of the Green Deal, but we need an industrial plan in order to implement the green achievements and grasp the economic opportunities. Then we also will insist that Europe gets a genuine industrial policy. So far, Europe was very much a market, which has, of course, opened a lot of opportunities for companies operating in one country to have a market of 450 million. But what we have done too little is, in comparison to other parts of the world, to support by strong action the future innovators. And this is what Europe will now do, based on rules like what we will do now with the European Sustainable Product Regulation, but also helping financing with the European Capital Markets Union, which will help new companies to find capital on the market, and cutting red tape and systematically support our future industries and all the old industries on their way of transition. And therefore, we will see a next phase of the transition as we get closer to climate neutrality. The new interim 2040 climate target, in line with the 1.5 degrees pathway, will be an important cornerstone for this. It is not about selling a new number, it is about ensuring planning security, attracting climate investment in the EU, and will also be a signal to international partners that Europe walks its talk. And we will then need something like a Fit for Near Zero package, building on the now voted Fit for 55 package. It must be, again, a package covering all sectors, getting all sectors ready for climate neutrality. And the package must also tackle the environmentally sound ramp-up of negative emissions, ensure national responsibility, and consider social aspects. Finally, we will also need to further develop other areas of the Green Deal. We especially need to create a business case for climate-friendly agriculture and a toxic-free environment, which is including also the 2 pillars of the Green Deal least worked on, which is biodiversity and the zero pollution ambition. And there are economic opportunities in all these areas which are currently not being exploited enough. In a nutshell, we should not discuss whether or not to continue with the Green Deal. We should discuss how we can best implement and further develop the Green Deal and the Green Deal Industrial Plan. And I would like to say that EUKI, in your respective countries, plays a key role in all this. With the European Climate Initiative, we contribute to jointly solving the challenges that lie ahead of all of us and to challenging civil society's commitment to climate protection and its capacity building, often together with business opportunities in your respective countries. And civil society has a vital role to play, especially in the current challenges ahead, and also in order to raise the democratic voice in facing climate fake news all the time. I would like to share with you one experience from last week. Last week, I was in Georgia. I'm responsible for European integration in our house, and I also have the responsibility to support Georgia. And what's happening there, I would like to stress very much. This is at the moment the capital of Europe. Nowhere citizens waving more European flags than in Georgia. And what is happening in Georgia at the moment is totally unacceptable, because receiving money from other democratic parties cannot be treated the same as receiving money from Russia. Getting money from your friends is not something you have to register. You have to blame yourself as a so-called foreign agent. It's a form of European solidarity. So let not put you as doing something dubious. We, for good reasons, do not determine what you do, how you run your organizations. We respect your independence, but we will not give in to Russia and others to letting new entry countries falling victim to their authoritarian rules. At the moment, I would say we are all together Georgians. With EUKI, we pursue climate action in a spirit of solidarity, and we not only fund climate projects, but also the EUKI Academy. We also foster competence development, knowledge sharing and networking in Central and Eastern Europe, most importantly through conferences like this one. EUKI can also have an impact beyond the borders of today's European Union, especially with a view for capacity building for civil society in the Western Balkans, and also with Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. Be assured, Germany supports the future integration and enlargement of the European Union, knowing that we also have to reform the European Union itself. I wish you all well, in particular with cross-border climate projects, and let's continue our fruitful cooperation. And I hope that finally you also get to know Berlin and Germany and not only our rules. Thank you.
You can stay here. So, Secretary Giegold, thank you so much for your valuable input, and thank you for taking a seat and staying on the stage with me, because we want to dive a little bit deeper into some of the things that you touched upon in your remarks. And to do that, we would now like to invite 3 EUKI, or EUKI, depending what language you're speaking, how you pronounce the name of this organization. So we'd like to invite the EUKI policy experts to join us. Only 3 this time, but we hope to hear their perspectives on the different implementing countries in Central and Eastern Europe. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm welcome for Irina Holovko, Miklos Marton, and Anna Nemchik. Please join us. So each of you will just take one of the hand microphones, and you're free to sit anywhere you like. just a spontaneous arrangement of our speakers. And we trust that the microphones are all switched on, so as soon as you want to speak, we can do that. So, Secretary Giegold, mentioned it a little bit. With the European parliamentary elections drawing closer, I think there's quite a bit of concern about the rise of right-wing populism and anti-EU sentiment, and this, of course, is often at odds with the efforts and the goals of EU climate policy. But also, as the State Secretary said, we will not give up because we understand, all of us in this room know, how important it is to push forward with the climate transition and head straight for net zero because we have no choice. We have to, right? So that said, there are still, of course, specific challenges to every region, but there are some overlapping themes. And maybe, Irina, we can start with you because it's not only in Central and Eastern Europe. I mean, this is true also in many other regions. But people are worried about an increase in costs that results from, for example, this new carbon price. And I know that your research focuses specifically on Poland and Romania, so maybe you can share with us how you think civil society actors, and maybe specifically EUKI, can support communities that are vulnerable in also being able to manage the new regulations, the new standards that come with increased costs.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. For that, I would need to probably briefly say a couple of words about the project that we are implementing, and that is the project that has to do with the implementation of the ETS2. Yeah, so the carbon pricing that is now planned to be extended to the sectors of buildings and the road transport. And this was already mentioned by Mr. Giegold in the first introductory note, that together with this system, there is a special social climate fund that is being set up exactly for the reason, for the need to tackle the issue of distributive impacts of this new carbon pricing. And that was in the core of our project that we implemented together with the EUKI Institute and our partners in Poland and Romania, because we wanted to understand better what will be this potential negative effects and who will be vulnerable, how to find these people, and how to better address this issue of burden and the cost that might be too high for some of the households. Indeed, what we have encountered is that the role of civil society, not only in Central and Eastern Europe, but across the all member states, will be indeed crucial, because there are a lot of challenges ahead of this process to implement the Social Climate Fund, especially when we talk about implementation of the social climate plans. And one of the challenges would be lack of data, need of additional research, and again, need to understand how to find these people who will be vulnerable, how to locate them. And this is exactly where civil societies come into play, and not only civil organizations that work traditionally in climate action, but also those working in social policies and with vulnerable communities. They have the necessary knowledge, yeah? They have the necessary experience, they have necessary access to these communities. They can really help governments to better understand how to design and implement the policies that can better support and reach out to those vulnerable people in order to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind, and that this unfair, so to say, distributional impact is actually having negative implications for the development of the climate policies in general. This is why my message would be, indeed, the civil society has a vital role to play in this process of preparation of social climate plans, and that, of course, governments and European Commission have to ensure the space and resources for civil society groups to be able to do their work. So there have to be space for them to get engaged, and this process is ongoing, and many in EUKI Community are well positioned to be part of this process, working in the programs on buildings renovations, smart mobility, tackling energy poverty, Equality. We have a lot of organizations as a part of EUKI Community that do this work across member states, and they are well positioned to contribute to this process.
Yeah, maybe we can just then go directly to the State Secretary, because you mentioned it, but we also know that the EU is planning several measures to ensure a socially just climate transition. So could you maybe tell us or give us some examples of what is planned as part of the Green Deal 2.0 to also make sure that we're including principles of equity in climate action?
Well, first of all, I would like to stress that taking the climate crisis seriously is a social endeavor in itself. There is always a thinking of social here, climate there, and then it has to be reconciled. Often it's just also vulnerable groups living in the most unhealthy spots with the most pollution. They often have very little resources to protect themselves against heat, and therefore climate policy is not in opposition to social equality. Future social equality can only happen if we tackle the climate crisis, and therefore there's a false debate which has to be set straight before entering into that frame. Second, of course, when implementing climate policies, it is crucial how we do it to take the interests in particular of the poor into account. And there is, of course, when discussing ETS2, one sensitive moment, because now we introduce a market-based mechanism also to those forms of energy closest to the citizen. And this means, so far it was only power, electric power, and now we have also fuels used for heating and for transport. However, the key challenge to limit the social effects is to keep the carbon price low. And this means we have to try, by investing massively in renewables, in refurbishment of homes, in the transport transformation, to assure that this carbon price doesn't go as far as some claim, because I'm convinced if we let the carbon price go too high, the political pressure to change that system will be tremendous. But from an environmental perspective, we need that instrument to ensure that we don't have project piecemeal, but that we have a macroeconomic instrument to ensure that the climate objectives are met. And therefore, carbon pricing, also the extension of carbon pricing was necessary. But we now need to work together so that the CO2 emissions come down and these prices remain affordable. And there we have to help vulnerable people to make the respective investments in insulating homes, in new forms of transport which are less carbon intensive, also when it comes to agriculture and so on. And this is critical for the support of the whole project, but let us not fall into the trap of a false dichotomy between social and climate. The two belong together, and there is no contradiction in itself, quite the opposite.
Well, I would now like to turn to Miklos, because you are based in Hungary, and we all know that your country's leadership has been one of the most critical of EU climate regulations. But of course, we also know that effective climate action takes more than just more laws and more restrictions and more regulations. So from your perspective, Miklos, what else is needed so that people understand the advantages that the State Secretary was just outlining for all of us? How do we make sure that the general public understands what these advantages are and that this helps drive their behavioral change? And if you don't mind, just tell us also quickly the project that you're affiliated with.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. And about the project which I'm a member of, I would emphasize that its focus is the ownership of climate action, which we need and which we don't have enough in Central and Eastern Europe, we are sure. And especially to know that it's not only for the environment, it's also for the people. The globe as such will survive, but the culture we are having, especially I'm proud of the European culture we are having together here. We should keep it. We should take care of, and yeah. Especially about our project, I would emphasize that what is special that the target group is not the general public as such and not the media in general, but we try to focus on decision makers, especially politicians, who, yeah, you are right, sometimes not easy to communicate with. But yes, we try to keep and build channels and organize events to discuss recent things. And for example, just second part of June, we will have a high-level event in Budapest to discuss these things, and by then we will know the outcome of the European elections. So I'm sure we will have many things to discuss about the future, about the following steps. And yeah, second part of the question, I would refer to a recent report. Its title is Paris Pact Payoff. And the good news is that it's not only a moral duty, it's not only for the environment and not even only for the society, what we are doing about climate and energy policy, but it's a good business. And it's a very good report, and actually I am hopeful to think that it is about the language of bankmen and politicians, because it's about numbers, which many of us don't really like to read about free time, in our free time. But I think it's a very good news that the earlier step pays back much more. So the quicker who invests in transition and energy transition will be the winner. And I think that that is a good news for all of us, for all of the NGOs, to communicate to the politicians. And referring to the uprising right side parties and organizations, I would suggest everyone to use very short sentences. Even imagining like 10 years old children who are clever, but children. And to imagine, to explain the things to your children, to the young generation. They are excellently clever, they are open, they want to learn, but they are children. And if we can do that, then I think there is hope. Thank you.
We're aware that State Secretary, you can stay with us for wonderful. So then I will follow up with you, because I'm just curious to hear, we just heard one suggestion to communicate the importance of climate action, just speak like it's a 10-year-old. Maybe you have some other suggestions for maybe how the EUKI community at large could support a more positive understanding of the importance of climate action and climate policy. What would be your recommendation? How do we get people to understand why climate policy is important?
Well, I believe that, as I indicated in the speech, treating citizens, in particular also in rural areas, as partners in the transition. I would dare to say not as children, but as partners, is what will help winning. So everyone who installed a solar panel on their roof, or invests in a community system, or only sees that the windmill is paying now the kindergarten in the local authority. They will not so easily fall into the trap of the social media fake news because they feel to be part of a common project. If the energy transition is seen as something for big investors installing windmills, installing large PV, then it's much easier to other this transition. If citizens, local authorities, local businesses are part of the transition, that is the basis in order to have civil society being strongly anchored in the local population. And I think when we see the geography of the adversaries of the transition, we see the following pattern. The green transition is more supported in the big cities. We have more problems in former industrial areas which have seen a falling, a weakening of their economic development in the rural areas. And I think it's worthwhile to put more resources into these regions because often these regions have spaces, be it on roofs, be it in the countryside, and therefore they have resources for investment in renewables. This is, all this what I just explained is one of the reasons why Germany so strongly supports an energy transition fully based on renewable energy. Because renewable energy are decentralized, they can make citizens and businesses in all regions partners of the transition. Imagine a nuclear power station citizens owned. This doesn't exist. This is always one big industrial investor. By the way, now also more expensive, a new build nuclear than the renewable alternative. And the renewables are a form of democratic, market-based provision of energy. And this will help us to make citizens part of the project and not something which is foreign to them or their local authorities. And therefore, an inclusive process, taking citizens and businesses as partners, this is the basis to win for the climate.
And yet we know that many industries still rely quite heavily on fossil fuels, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. And Anna, you are from Poland, and even though your country has seen a real renewed drive to meet the EU's ambitious climate goals, it's still very hard for a lot of industries. So maybe you can tell us first quickly about your project that you represent, and also let us know what you believe should be done to support Polish industries in their climate transition.
So good morning, everyone. So in a nutshell about the project Renew Start for Hydrogen Technologies. So together with our partners from Bulgaria and Lithuania, we will try to promote the integration of renewable energy sources and the hydrogen technologies. As the hydrogen we see as a pillar for energy transition, which really can help these hard-to-abate industries to decarbonize. So regarding your question, I think we have to have holistic approach. So policy frameworks, definitely, it's going to be more supportive. For example, regulatory sandboxes, so that we can encourage the companies and industry to adopt some of the new technologies and try them in the field, if they are working for them or they have to be adjusted. The other thing is to definitely investment in research and development, because without new technologies, without their further development, we will be not able to reach the goals. Also, financial incentives and subsidies. Some of the industries, they're afraid of the economic effect of implementation of new technologies or the hydrogen. The hydrogen meaning this low and zero emission hydrogen. So we have to go with them, talk with them. Also, I guess it's going to be really important the cross-border, but also cross-sectors and cross-stakeholders communication. Foster this sharing of the knowledge, expertise, and the best practices, because then we can prove that it's really working in various sectors, especially the hard ones. So the petrochemical, chemical, steels, that's not only the issue in Poland, but also in other countries. So Also, that the thing that was already said, like to propagate the knowledge, because if all of the various stakeholders, the governments, the industry, but also the civil society, will understand why we are doing it, and that they are the part to reach the goals, they will be more willing to join for the action. So I guess we have to go with different strategies in parallel to get to the point.
Yeah, thank you very much for your input. If you don't mind, State Secretary, I'll give you the final word in the last minute, because I would just like to ask you to share with the EUKI community what you see as being the most important achievements. I mean, you mentioned some of them. These guys work on climate action every single day, and sometimes they don't see what's the expression, you don't see the forest for the trees, but when you take a step back, what to you are some of the best achievements that Europe can be proud of when it comes to climate action in very turbulent geopolitical times?
Well, I feel I have spoken already too much, but I can assure you our people are here. They are here to listen and speak to you with a beer or without, with photos or without, and they will report back to me when you have concerns over the program, European policies. We are working now on the program for the next Commission, and you are the first partners, obviously, to listen to what you need. So this is the first thing I would like to say. And I have seen regularly when I was in other EU countries, the EUKI partners. And I often ask them for meetings, because I felt that I could learn things from you, which I would have never learned from the respective governments. And this was very important for me, and is also, and I'm sure when we see now Hungary very often in Budapest, it's also interesting. It's key for me in my role to speak to the government, but it's also key to speak to those who actually do these European policies which we all want. And if I may share one thing which has been achieved by basically your homologues in our country. While we are sitting here, you can assume that all electric power is now renewable at that moment. Everything is solar and wind and a bit of biomass and water energy, everything, because during the days when the sun is there, you know, Germany has not so much sun, but now certainly we are near 100% renewable. And this was done by lots of people locally who installed these facilities. And this is the process which is also ongoing in your country, and I'm sure there is more space still, but this shows how much civil society, which introduced these technologies with green businesses, they didn't fall from heaven. That was a long fight in Germany to win over a more established interests of the fossil and nuclear sector. And now we are run by renewable energy, and we will also in the future manage in winter, and we will manage to produce green hydrogen. We work with Poland on this, and we have to green not only power during sunny days, but we need 100% for the climate. But we are on the way, and you will see here also it's possible. And that's the spirit I would like to share with you. It's possible. And you can win against very influential people who want to stop green progress. So thanks for doing all you do in your countries.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you very much, State Secretary Giegold, Miklos Marton, Irina Holovko, and Anna Nemček. We could talk for hours, of course, but we'll leave it there. We'll take a coffee break. Can we give them 15 minutes? No? No? We can't? 20 past. Okay, you have until 20 past. Have a quick coffee, stretch your legs, and we'll be back here for the next session. Enjoy your break. So everybody, welcome back. Hello. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I can see you're very energized with the snacks and the coffee that you just had. Before we continue with our program, I actually just wanted to tell you a little bit about where we are, because you probably already noticed that this building over here is a former brewery. The state secretary kept talking about beer in Berlin. Well, here you go. We're actually having our event in what used to be a brewery that was built nearly 100 years ago. But since 2016, it's been the Kindle Center for Contemporary Art. So from beer to art. And also later today, the place where you're going to be having your workshops, which is called the Berlin Global Village, also happens to be a very interesting building. It's where 50 different development, policy, and migrant NGOs make their home. So, both of these spaces offer different cultural and political programs, like for the community, for the public, and they're really contributing to, supporting social projects. So we really felt that this was really the perfect place for us to be hosting our conference this year, and we're very glad that we could bring all of you into such an interesting space. So this morning, we got started with a look at the political context surrounding us. But now we want to get a little bit more concrete, and we want to really highlight some specific examples of how countries in Central and Eastern Europe are succeeding in tackling climate change. We like to talk about challenges, but we also want to talk about successes, because it's important. Which is why this session, we're calling it our Success Stories session, and we're going to hear from different EUKI projects, and hopefully it'll also give you a broader view of all the different types of things that are going on within the EUKI community, how diverse the projects are in the different partner countries. One thing I should mention, though, is the projects that we're going to hear from in just a couple of minutes. They started their implementation just at the end of last year with the 7th call for project ideas. That's more than half of the projects that you're seeing today are the newer ones, but the ones that we're going to highlight in this session are actually the ones that have been ongoing a bit longer, which makes sense because these are the folks who've been doing what they're doing a bit longer. Their projects are now at the implementation phase, and we can definitely learn important lessons on what went well for them and where they are at a later stage of their process. So don't think that if you're a new EUKI project, you have to have achieved as much as some of the ones that we're going to see right now. Okay, but I'm not going to say more about that. We actually wanted to show you a very short video, just with a few of the most interesting highlights. Are we ready for our video? We are, so let's take a quick look. Or we don't see anything. Okay. You can imagine it, perhaps. So, okay, technology is wonderful if it works. So, gentlemen, do you think we're going to get some pictures, or are we going to have to use our imaginations for now? Do we need another moment? Maybe. Okay, you see, this is a live event. This is not, rehearsed and produced ahead of time. So always a few unexpected things have to happen, otherwise it's no fun, especially for me. So, okay, they're going to work for a few minutes. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try again with the film, but what I can actually do is I can just throw some numbers at all of you. Okay, so far there have been a total of 210 EUKI projects implemented by 440 organizations. Okay, and today with us here are representatives of 51 of these projects. They're either all currently being implemented or they've just recently been completed. So we have 51 projects represented, and they're from 107 different organizations and 22 different countries. Have you memorized all of these numbers? Don't worry. So there, of course, obviously, like you can sort of listen to it abstractly, but it's kind of hard to like wrap your mind around it. So I'm going to play a game with all of you. Like we're going to try and visualize a little bit who's here today, and I'm going to make you move your bodies a little bit. So I would like everybody who is currently working with EUKI or has worked with a EUKI project in the past, please stand up. Let's see. Okay, so that makes sense, right? Like this is right. Like this should not come as a shock to everybody. This is a EUKI networking conference. It would be a bit weird if very few people actually were, involved in it. Okay, you can sit back down again. Okay, so now I would like to find out how many of you are from the Baltic states. Please stand up. From the Baltic states. Oh. Anybody from Latvia? Any Latvians? No Latvians. Okay, my family's from Latvia. I was excited. Okay, forget it. All right, so no Latvians, but from the Baltics. So we have Lithuania? Yes? Estonia? Listen, guys, these are small population countries, so it's okay. There's just a handful of the representatives here. That makes sense also. Okay, now I want to see the folks who are from the West Balkans. So please stand up. Oh, excellent. Welcome. Hello. Yeah. Okay, wonderful. And now I want to learn a little bit about the topics that you're working on. So, if you work in the field of climate-neutral buildings, please stand up. Climate-neutral buildings. We all have to live in buildings, so it's very important. Fantastic. Okay. How about something different? What about climate-neutral mobility, green mobility? Yeah. Okay. And, okay, maybe something more general then. What about who here works on climate policy? Okay, yeah. All right. Fantastic. So thank you very, very much. And, there's somebody else here who works on climate policy, and he's going to join us on stage for our next conversation. He heads the Division for European Climate Policy and the European Climate Initiative, EUKI, at Germany's Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, also known in German BMWK. And thanks to him and his department, and this is really important that everybody understands, EUKI exists and gets funding. So that's pretty cool, and we're very grateful for the work that they do, and also that he can be here with us today. So let's have a very warm welcome for Dr. Simon Marr. Hello. Come.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Evenstein. And I think Sven Giegold today, he wasn't correct in saying this is a very unique example of opening up a German conference when the first slide you see is a slide on data protection. The second I would like to add is that our technology, unfortunately, sometimes is not as up-to-date as it should be. But I think that's perfectly fine. It's made good, actually, because we have the brewing company, or the former brewing hall here just right around the corner. So, thank you very much for inviting me to give a few opening remarks and introductory remarks to the session, success stories. And also, I would like to express my great thanks to the EUKI Secretariat, to Nele, to Elsa, to Ulrike, to the whole team, who are the driving force, Mrs. Evenstein, behind this whole event, who picked this wonderful location here in a former brewery, Kindl. It's a traditional German beer, a Berlin brew. You will probably, one or two of you, taste a Kindl tonight, I hope so. And the title of this session has been nicely chosen success stories. And for me, quite honestly, today, I've been here more than 2 hours now. I've already seen so many success stories, few of which we had the chance to see today with State Secretary Giegold, but also three you were presenting in the morning. One was very close to my heart as well. It's on the implementation and preparation of the ETS2. And I think what we've seen here, the video we may see later, maybe not, will probably give us a very good idea of the scale. The EUKI has reached by now, you've mentioned it's the 5th EUKI conference, and we are in our 7th year, we are in our 8th call, and we are really, and I think you should all be very, very proud on yourselves to actually have reached that capacity. And it's even better to get to know the faces behind these numbers you mentioned on this occasion, and I'm very, very glad to see that this room is filled with all the actors of the community. And Sven Giegold has said it, he has come from more or less the same background. And so you are the experts across all the specialized fields and the advocates creating awareness across sectors. This is often difficult for us to explain when questions like this come. So how can you actually, what is the tantamount of gigawatts you put down on the earth? What's the investment scale? So EUKI doesn't really work like this. You are multipliers, and you are teams, and you're cooperating across thousands of kilometers in some projects. So this is very, very special. What we just have not seen in the opening session in the video, but it emphasizes in any event the importance of the conference title. And what we see here now, what we see in the coffee break, I've seen it today in the morning, it's joining hands to drive the green transition forward. And what does it mean, actually? And it means that we should come together to find a common ground. And it means what Sven Giegold, I think you has underlined and expressed very, very well. It means despite opposing circumstances in differing national frameworks, we've seen the climate policy, we're all working in this field, has come under fierce attack, not least in my own country at times. And we see in certain areas also a rollback. We see now the Green Deal 2.0 is being developed. We are well advised to stand united against any possible rollback on climate policy. This cannot stand. And that's why the value of your work you are doing every day cannot be overstated. You are carrying the spirit of EUKI by making an impact not just in your own countries, but across all of Europe. European cross-border cooperation is of crucial relevance in this regard. It plays an integral part in solving the challenges Europe is facing today and in the future. And moving closer to 2030, we need to make sure we continue honoring the commitments fully and swiftly implementing the Fit for 55 package and keep up the necessary level of ambition. Now, basically, the motto is very simple for the next EUKI call and for our challenges. It's implementation, and it's implementation. And to this end, it's really crucial, for example, that we prepare the rollout of the Fit for 55 package, such as we've heard it today with the ETS2, the social alleviation packages. What does it actually mean in different countries, in the poorer countries and in the richer countries? How can we control a possible increase of the carbon prices? EUKI can play an important role here, not only with ETS2 rollback, but also in the social climate plans that we've heard, but also with many other fields of implementation, Just to name a few, for example, we've been very successful in the Fit for 55 package with renewable energies, with the EPBD, the building directive, in the transport sector. And another sector that's lagging behind is, of course, agriculture, where a lot of work needs to be done. We have adopted the certification framework, which is a very tricky instrument that needs to be put in practice. So there I see a very vast potential for the EUKI to prepare this implementation of this whole package. And if you may have realized that Europe is boiling. It's boiling. We've seen an increase in natural disasters and record high temperatures, not only in Europe, but around the world. Europe is the fastest heated continent so far. So that's why we can all agree that this interim target for 2040 on our way to climate neutrality will be a cornerstone of the next phase of the European Green Deal. And this discussion, of course, has many facets. Renewables, finance, cost efficiency, and in my view also national responsibility that will play a key role in a spirit of solidarity and accountability. Now, we have a discussion on this tomorrow, and I look very much forward to this discussion. And setting the right target for 2040 is, of course, of undeniable importance, not least due to its role as a guiding compass for post-2030 climate and energy framework for our businesses and industry. We need to get all sectors ready for net zero, energy to buildings, to mobility, manufacturing, agriculture, and more. Firstly, of course, because every sector plays a role in achieving a net zero economy. Secondly, because reducing emissions, promoting clean energies, and using green energy also strengthens Europe's economic competitiveness. We've heard it in the morning from Sven Giegold. They are key in ensuring sustainable growth all over the continent. Later today, therefore, with my colleague Malte Bornkamp from our industry division in my ministry, we will have the opportunity to dive deeper into the needs and potentials of the industrial decarbonization. Because Germany, as an industrial champion, we cannot afford to find climate change, but somehow find ourselves on a route to deindustrialization. We need to show, we are the first ones to need to show that the green transition also works hand in hand as an industrial country. Also in the face of threats, competitive threats from across the Atlantic and in the eastern part of the world. So this discussion here at EUKICon will also entail how climate action can move with the times, involving and engaging the young generation, as well as using digitalization and the rise of AI as a catalyst for greater impact. However, many of you are active on the ground, on local levels where it matters most. This is exactly what makes it so important that we come together here today and talk about these issues, that we engage in discussions, exchange what we have learned and showcase what we have accomplished, and of course, learn from each other. In the 7 years since the EUKI's foundation, we have witnessed that there's surely no shortage of ideas. We've seen it today and we see it today as well. Quite the opposite, in fact. The EUKI community continues to impress with its inventiveness, its will to innovate and to find solutions. The ideas to tackle the climate crises are there. Now they need to be scaled up and be supported by the right political framework. And that is exactly what gives me confidence for the years to come. It is seeing the diversity in this room. We've seen it today, the geographic areas where you come from, the different sectors you work in, and not just in geographical terms, but in expertise and your experience. Next, now, eventually, we will hear directly from some EUKI projects about these experiences. And I'm looking forward to learning more about your work. Today and tomorrow, will be your opportunity to shine a spotlight on these experiences, to talk your peers, and to share your ideas. I now look forward to the presentation of more success stories and the discussions with all of you. So let's join hands to drive the green transition forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Simon, you can have a seat, if you don't mind, on stage with me. But before I actually call up the 4 representatives of our success stories, we're going to try and watch the film. Should we do that? Can we? It's just so nice. We really didn't want you to miss out on it. And I think it's also in the spirit of EUKI, if at first you don't succeed, you try again. And Maestro, let's have a look. So I think that was worth waiting for. Right, so as you can see, there's a lot going on, and for this session, we're inviting only 4. And again, I would like to emphasize, these are representatives of 4 projects that have been underway a lot longer. The vast majority of you are involved in relatively new projects, so at the very beginning of the implementation stage. But these guys are a bit further along in their projects, so that's why we're really excited to hear their insights and for them to share their experiences from the field. So let's get them all on stage now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Adriana Borovic, Sofia Pei, Yasen Georgiev, and Alexander Shmurlnik-Dominguez. Hello. There's a step, or women take charge. So welcome, everybody. So these are our high chairs to feel tall and powerful. So before we get started, why don't we just start perhaps with a brief introduction of who you are and of your project. So why don't we start just with you, Adriana?
Yes, hello. Hello, Berlin. I'm from Poland. I'm a journalist focused on environmental topics. And thanks to EUKI project, I started a new chapter in my professional life. Because I took part in a fellowship for Polish and German journalists, and till now I'm still working for DW Europe section and Polish section, so this is me.
Fantastic, welcome. I also work for DW, so we're colleagues actually. So, Yasen.
So hello everyone. So I'm representing a consortium of 10 NGOs from across Central and Eastern Europe. So on behalf of these 10 NGOs, I can just say that we completed the project in the beginning of this year, actually. And one of the key milestones of this project was to create a database with projects, climate-related projects, funded with European support all over the countries. And this database includes almost 300 projects. Many of these projects are best practices, but we also have highlighted some mistakes and some areas for improvement. And based on this, we try to to raise awareness about how we can increase the efficiency of EU funding when it comes to climate-related projects.
Super. Sofia.
Thank you. It's okay, yeah. Good morning, still it's morning for everybody. I'm Zsófia Pej from Energia Klub Climate Policy Institute from Hungary, and representing the project SURF, which is the abbreviation of Sustainable Building Renovation, Forming the Future. And yeah, briefly, that's it. I think I will give the floor to you.
Okay, and last but not least, Alexandra.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alexandra, and I'm project coordinator in Visa Europa, and representing today one of our projects, Wind4Bio, which aim to increase the social acceptance of the wind energy in 3 countries. We are operating in Greece and Latvia, and we are doing this by involving different stakeholders, almost all the sectors, to promote the change.
So, very different sectors, very different areas of focus, but what they do have in common is their impact on the ground. So that's very exciting. Alexandra, you mentioned stakeholders, and we even talked about it a little bit this morning, how important it is to connect people with each other, also target groups that may be sometimes difficult to reach or where collaboration is not so easy. So can you maybe tell us a little bit more detail about how your project Wind4Bio, what did you do to facilitate more collaboration between all the different stakeholders? And maybe you have some ideas for others within the EUKI community could also apply in the work that they do.
Yes, so yeah, we have some lessons learned during this project that, as you said before, it's lasting more than 1 year already. And actually because we knew that we will have to connect with different sectors, all different stakeholders need to be approached with different plan, let's say. Already during writing a project, we reached to the local authorities because we thought somehow that maybe it will be the most challenging sector to get involved as much as we need for the project. And what we did was to ask them for the letter of support and letter of cooperation. And actually that works really well for us because after a few months when we reach again to actually start implementing the project, they somehow were obliged already to work with us because, of course, we know how is it with life. Like, people also change, and there are some agreements that maybe after a few months they are not longer so valid for the local authorities in this moment, and it's normal. A lot of different things is happening, not only our project. But I have to say that this cooperation so far was one of the most success stories because we have an offline workshop that attend almost 20 representatives from the local authorities from the north region of Poland. And it was, and they are still with us and they are still working on the recommendation and sharing good practices. But also we have some hard lessons that we learn with the business sector that we maybe approach with a not really good plan, and on one meeting that we made online, they ask us directly, like, okay, so what we should do, what kind of recommendation already you have for us? And we say, we don't know, we want to work on it together. And they started to leave the meeting because it was online, so we left with nothing. And then we start to think, okay, how to do that, like how to approach this sector. So they will be interested, and they see also for them benefit from that. So we are starting now with more individual connections, and actually we have quite a nice results with hearing the needs from this sector and what kind of recommendation they can give us and what we can do together. So this individual approach and the need assessment for different sectors, I think it will be also a good lessons that we learn. And try not to make online meetings because an offline is quite harder to live. But yeah, this will be our lessons.
Yeah, thank you very much. Something else that I think is very important when it comes to climate action is education, because if people don't understand or know what to do, or if they can't be upskilled, then it's really, really difficult. And Sofia, you mentioned that your project is focused on peer-to-peer learning. And this is in the area of sustainable building renovations. Can you tell us a little bit about how this worked, and why do you think specifically peer-to-peer education was so effective?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Just briefly, what we mean under sustainable building renovation, it's mainly with the focus of circularity. So starting from the reuse of brownfields and buildings, just to the use of natural materials and such things. So these are what I am or we are talking about with our partners from Romania and here from Germany. And yeah, peer-to-peer is, maybe so when people are learning from each other, not from experts. And why it's good, it's always interesting to see that somebody like me can do something, can reach the goal about what I'm just thinking about. That would be nice to do something on this topic. So for us, this peer-to-peer learning process was very successful. The interest of local public authorities was higher than expected. Instead of 2 or 3 from Hungary, we had 6 participants and even more from Romania. And we could see really inspiring practices of the German municipalities. In person, last year, we had a study trip to Luckenwalde, which is not very far from here, and also we visited the really inspiring buildings which are just next to this conference hall here, the Circular Economy House and the House Altag, if I'm pronouncing well. So we also met the founder of Restore online platform. I hope it's the name of it, which is an online marketplace for second-hand building materials. So it was really successful, and also we feel that this topic is, at least in our region, in Central Europe, it's quite new, not in the mainstream, and we really need to learn good practices. So thank you for the support of EUKI and the occasion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before we hear from the other 2 EUKI projects, Simon, I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you want to ask a question, or if you want to share something that stood out for you in what you've heard from the first 2 projects that we heard from.
Yeah, I think it's remarkable, enhancing the social acceptance of wind onshore is certainly a subject that's also very interesting for us, for Germany, and I'd be interested to hear if you can share, what are the major challenges and what are I think you just stopped right short on saying, so what are the takeaways? How can you actually enhance the social acceptance of wind onshore? What are the ingredients? That would be one thing. And another thing, I'm surprised to hear that you actually come to Germany to learn from us how to renovate in the building sector, because the building sector, okay, it's not the biggest laggard in Germany. We have another sector that's even worse, but the building sector is also not so, let's say, one of the top of the pop sectors. So is there anything you would say, being an expert, peer-to-peer, you'd say, well, you know, the German renovation is not that bad, or we can learn this, or maybe you could say that this is an expertise, something I can bring with me and explain to our German colleagues? What's the advantage, so to say, you can bring to the table there?
So yeah, I think that in our project so far, we don't have exact now the recommendation and the points that what is working in the long-term view. But for sure, I would say that the cooperation of the different sectors together to find this common ground will have a really big impact on this increasing the acceptance. And also somehow this need assessment that I was mentioning. This is something that we need to go for more, like just to understand the different stakeholders connected with the topic and what are their needs and how we can approach to that. So I think that we are trying, of course, we have one publication about the good practices that we are having so far. We are also working on the consulting mechanism that will be available and that can gather feedback from everyone, actually, also from experts, but also from the local community. So I think that for now, this is it, we can say.
That actually leads me to Yasin, because your project is in fact focused on collecting best practice examples, as far as I understood. So maybe you can share with us what your experience has been, like what is the process of systematically gathering best practice examples, and then once you do that, how do you make it accessible for a bigger audience?
Okay, very good question, in fact. So when we started the project, we wanted to go beyond the official channels when it comes to project information. So what we did is to reach out to stakeholders, and we went beyond the big cities. So we approached partner organizations in small municipalities, and we invited them, also people, citizens, regular citizens, to submit practices on our open access database. So this was one of the solutions, to provide an open access database in which every single citizen could submit a practice, a best practice, or a practice that has a bottleneck in the funding. So from that perspective, we tried to be very approachable and very flexible in reaching out to people. And then when we collected these almost 300 examples of projects, we of course checked them against the official information to see whether the submitted information is in line with what stands behind this. And we summarized and analyzed these projects, and then with the actionable recommendations that we prepared, we tried to be quite, let's say, flexible in reaching to stakeholders. Why I'm saying flexible? Because the implementation of this project coincided with of course, with COVID-19 at the beginning, then with Russia's war against Ukraine, then with the energy crisis in Europe, then with the conflict in the Middle East. And we had to be really innovative from that perspective. And what we did, I mean, all the organizations in the consortium, so we tried to be active in traditional, but also in social media. And not only being like active communicator in this, but we engaged in forums like this, in events in our countries, but also in the wider EU, in order to speak about our warnings, about our recommendations. And we approached stakeholders at national and European level. So I especially had the chance to speak to the European Commissioner, Gentiloni, and to present the EUKI project to them. So I think this is one of my personal takeaways from the project. To go to speak to the European Commission to discuss what could be done better is one of the avenues that was made possible thanks to this project. So I think as a summary, it was a kind of very on-the-go project. I mean, we started with the initial idea of what to do, but then we had to accommodate all the things that were happening in the meantime. At the end, I'm happy that we were able to live up to the expectation of the EUKI community.
So this also is a very nice link to, Adriana, your work, because also the task of journalists is to provide the general public with accurate, useful information. And I know that you're an alumna of something called the International Journalist Programs, EUKI Fellowship, and what you did was, as part of that, you told inspiring stories about climate action for different European audiences. So maybe you can share one of those stories with us, and also, when you try and write about these topics, what do you think is the best way to make audiences interested and for them to understand the importance of this topic?
So first of all, I'm not matching perfectly to this group because I'm a journalist, so I'm not an expert. I can tell that I'm a storyteller because I'm somewhere in the middle between the experts, policymakers, and audience. So for me, it was a great experience to spend 6 weeks in Bonn, in the DW headquarters, to cover and to find topics on the field. I'm not the kind of journalist that is sitting in front of the desktop and just searching for the information on the internet. I have to touch it, to speak to people in face to face. So one of the stories was very interesting. I discovered that the city of Bonn has an online map of solar potential of rooftops. So every citizen can type in the address and check the solar potential of the rooftop building. So after that, that person will know in what part of the rooftop is the most strong for this kind of investment, and how much energy can it produce, and how much CO2 emissions will be saved this way. And it was surprising also that if all the rooftops will be used for PV systems, Bonn can produce up to 50% of needed energy for itself. So it was an amazing story, inspiring very myself and also my audience. And another story was very related to citizens, because I attended a workshop which was pretty strange at the first glance. It was counting the insects. So it was a special workshop for residents to help scientists counting insects on their balconies and gardens. And in long-term perspective, it will help scientists to check what is the condition of environment. So everybody was very enthusiastic, including me. And I'm aware that these days, in the middle of European Parliament election campaign, speaking about climate change and spreading the facts, not the fake news, is very important. On last Sunday, I heard a big debate in right-wing Polish media outlet about the climate change that is fake. I was really surprised, but you know, this kind of opinion still exists, and we as a journalist have to fight with it and spread true information.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Simon, now you've heard from all 4 of the projects. What are the most important things that maybe you learned from what you've heard?
I think diversity is very important for the implementation of EUKI. And when I just heard the last report, I was actually just, my mind was was working, should we not do a little bit more storytelling, positive storytelling? In particular, okay, now on the 9th of June we have EU elections, maybe a bit too late now, but this is exactly what we at Sven and Giegold, what we have in mind. We need to bring out positive stories, how climate change works and how we can partner with people, how we can partner with farmers, how we can partner with people affected, that they are not being treated as children, but as equal partners. And the stories you have been gathering and many other of us have been gathering, maybe we should put them a bit more upfront and treat them a bit more with higher priority. This is one thing. So diversity, certainly, and positive storytelling. And I think we should not give in, as Sven has said. Even though the times may become more difficult, we should just do our job and do what's good for the climate and for future generations, and eventually also for us. So I don't have a silver bullet as an answer. There's so many interesting projects. But that will be my take for now. We keep on, maybe last thought, we keep on, I'm really thinking now, aligning our EUKI focus on, of course, the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Policy focus, as we announced in our 8th call, which is only fair because we are on a new government now. But maybe we should overthink that policy, since we see sectors are lagging behind, and should spread our focus a little bit more. So this is my current. You put me on the spot here. That's what I'm thinking. More diversity, maybe.
This is only the beginning of the conversation. So, in this session, we will have so many more questions that may come up into our minds. But now we have a little break. So before I give you all of the housekeeping details about that, first let's have a warm round of applause for the representatives of our EUKI success stories. And again, these are only 4. We only scratched the surface of what these people are doing. And there's so many more incredible EUKI projects that are underway that you can also learn about in our gallery. So now you'll have an opportunity to check out our project posters and to learn about other projects underway within the EUKI community. You can also meet your colleagues and ask them questions, ask them more details about what each of our guests is up to. Maybe you thought of something else that's connected to the project that you're doing. Approach them. This is the goal of a conference like this. So we hope you reach out to each other. We will meet back here at 1:30 p.m. for our afternoon program, so you have time to look at the gallery. There's going to be lunch that will be served outside. We even organize nice weather for you here in Berlin, so you can take your lunch in the sunshine. Later in the day, as you know, there will be workshops, and this is my final piece of information for everybody. If you don't have a colored dot on your name tag that tells you which workshop you have registered for, it means you said, I don't mind, I'll go to any workshop, which means you have not yet been allocated to any workshop at all. So if you don't have a dot, please go see a registration team and make sure that you are placed into a workshop that still has available slots. Okay? That makes sense to everybody? So again, thank you so much to Simon Marr and Adriana Borovitz and Sofia Pei and Yasin Georgiev and Alexander Shmurlik Dominguez. Thank you so much, so inspiring. Enjoy your break, and we'll be back here at 1:30. Okay. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So I'm going to ask you to quickly take your seats. I mean, let's be honest, everybody knows that the best part of any conference is the networking part, so we hear you, but we also have so many really interesting sessions prepared for you, and we just want to make sure that we have time for everything today and tomorrow. So thank you for taking your seats quickly and quietly. Also, a very warm welcome back to our guests joining us via the live stream. So hello to you. And you couldn't enjoy the sunshine in Berlin with us perhaps this time, but we also hope that you had a good break and that you're ready for our next session, which is on a topic that's very relevant, very timely, very important, and that is digitalization. So, all of us, I think, have noticed that we're witnessing a remarkable, exhilarating, maybe slightly frightening development of artificial intelligence. And it seems like from day to day, AI can do more and more and more, but none of us are really sure what the long-term repercussions are of this technology. And nobody really knows where it's all going to be taking us, but we can't ignore it, right? So for all of you working in climate action, you also have to explore and think about how this technology, how these innovations can also impact your work, how it can support your work, hopefully. And this is why we've invited two experts who are really leading this field to share with us their insights and their perspective on this topic. One of our speakers today will be joining us virtually, so we'll see her in just a couple of minutes. The other one is here live. But also in this session, we would like to hear from all of you. So this is going to be an especially interactive session involving also you, our audience. We can have it the old-fashioned way, your participation. So again, we're hybrid here, so you can either participate raising your hand and someone will walk around with a microphone that you can speak into, or you can send questions and comments or share your thoughts with us via the TEDme app, and I'm going to give you the specific instructions for that right before we're ready to use that. So without further delay, however, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker. She is an assistant professor of computer science and public policy at the Hertie School, where she leads the AI and Climate Technology Policy Group. She also happens to be the co-founder and chair of the organization known as Climate Change AI. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a very warm welcome for Lynn Kack. Lynn, stage is yours.
Hello. Okay, I think you can hear me. This is pretty loud. All right, and my slides are up. Thank you so much for having me today. I wanted to use my time for introducing how you can use AI in different projects related to climate change. And I started also calling the title machine learning because really, when we talk about AI these days, we're talking about machine learning. So machine learning is referring to a group of technologies that automatically extract patterns from usually large amounts of data. And I wanted to just start us off by explaining how machine learning is different from what we used to know of computer models. So typically, when we program a computer model or simulation, we know the function that we want the computer to display. So for example, if I want to know the volume of this room, I know its width, length, and height that I need to multiply to get the volume. So we put in the function, we put in the data, so the measures of the room, and then the computer program, the computer model gives us an output. So that would be like a very, very simple simulation. Obviously, often those models are extremely complex, and you definitely need a computer for getting these outputs. So a machine learning model works completely different. So for machine learning, you would collect a huge number of rooms and record the width, the length, the height, and you also record the volume. And then you feed in that data, you tell the model also use a neural network or a type of machine learning algorithm, and then the computer figures out what's the function. So it learns itself how to map from the measures of the room to the volume. And in this case of the room, this is actually, you would ask, why are we doing this? I mean, we already have the equation, this is much better. But often you actually don't know the function, you don't know the equation. And that's what makes machine learning really, really strong. So you can actually infer from observations what's the underlying function and use this model then to make further predictions. So to illustrate, we can, for example, feed in pixels, like those two images, and we can have it learn a label. So here, the computer would learn itself the function from, this collection of pixels, which is the image of a cat, or this collection of pixels, which is the image of a dog, to map to the label cat or dog. And if you would need to tell a computer how to do this, need to actually explain this, you would have trouble, right? I mean, people would maybe go and say, okay, there are pointy ears, so it has to be a cat, but how do you tell a computer that that collection of pixels is pointy ears? So this is really where machine learning is so strong, is when you don't actually have this function, but you have a lot of data. Okay, so that's the very simple view. So what can we do with machine learning for climate change? And a few years ago, I wrote together with a number of other researchers an overview of how you can use machine learning in climate change mitigation and adaptation in science. So I cited this here below, but I wanted to today walk us through some of the main ideas that we found, how you can use machine learning, and then also address some examples. So you can use this ability to read out pictures or other complex data like text, for example, to gather new information at scale. So you can read out huge amounts of pictures or read out huge amounts of text, which previously you could only do manually with machine learning. And that helps you to monitor crop health, for example. That's an example I'm going to address, or monitor greenhouse gas emissions remotely from satellite images. You can create better forecasts with machine learning. It learns really well from historical data to forecast sequences that's being used for renewable energy forecasting, also in transportation systems and many more circumstances. You can embed machine learning when you're operating, for example, engineering systems like heating and cooling systems, or even a food supply system to minimize waste. You can also use it to improve maintenance of engineering systems. You can, for example, remotely detect natural gas leaks, or you can analyze sensor data and understand when equipment might be about to fail and fix it before it fails, which reduces costs and also makes systems more resilient. Machine learning is also being used in the lab. So new batteries or next generation clean energy materials are still incredibly important for the energy transition. And people need to run a lot of experiments in the lab. And what they do is that they use machine learning to learn from past experiments to suggest them those experiments that are more promising. And that actually can speed up the processes by quite a bit and help them understand materials in the lab. And the last thing that I wanted to highlight is that where one actually has a simulation, which is very computationally and time intensive, like in many circumstances, and we're going to see one soon, you can use machine learning to speed that up. And that improves climate science, those large climate models that they have, they make them more granular and have actually local forecasts that way, or you can use it in city planning, which I will address. Okay, so let's dive into the first example to make this a little bit more, I guess, easily understood, because that was pretty abstract so far. Okay, so we have the issue that agriculture is very sensitive to extreme weather events, especially droughts or rain, and those are aggravated by climate change. So what one would want to do, ideally, is monitor the yield, agricultural yield at scale, using things like satellite images or aerial imagery. So you could actually understand the crop health at the scale of countries or regions. And this is something that, for example, NASA Harvest does. In Europe, it's also the Copernicus program. They monitor the vegetation health or crop health through remote sensing and satellite images with the help of machine learning. So the computer vision techniques from machine learning are incredibly helpful for remote sensing. The entire field has really made huge leaps with machine learning. A very different example is for district energy. So I'm sure that many of you even work with district energy, and those are incredible, important technologies for incorporating, for example, waste heat, and therefore using renewable heat sources for heating homes. And you need to have good forecasts in order to schedule the different heat sources that you have in your network or in your grid. And what machine learning, for example, can be used for is improving those forecasts based on different types of data sources, historical heat generation, metering data, and environmental data is what they used in this example. So this is a project from DENA, the German Energy Agency, that used machine learning in this way. I also wanted to touch on an example from my own group. Here we looked at climate risk disclosure. And this is an example where machine learning is applied to texts. So there are huge financial implications of the risks that companies are facing due to climate change, both to the physically changing climate and to the transitions that we're undergoing, like the energy transition. And there have been a number of policies that are encouraging or mandating such disclosure of risks in, for example, annual reports of companies. So what we did, we wanted to understand is, do companies actually talk more about these risks? So we took machine learning to help us analyze thousands of annual reports and actually come up with such a plot where we could say the number of mentions per report over time. So you could actually show that way that the number of mentions of climate risk is drastically increasing over time. And that we wouldn't have been able to do manually because we couldn't have read thousands of reports. And the last example is from urban planning. So here we're talking about designing actually new districts which are very important for having sustainable cities in the future. I mean, a lot of districts are actually being built these days, and you want to design them such that they're walkable. So in winter, it's not too cold. Then in summer, there are no heat islands that emerge. And for that, you need to understand how the wind flows through the city, which is an incredibly complex thing to model. And these simulations, they take hours or days to run. So it's not really useful if you want to design a district. If every time you change a little bit your layout or your design, then you actually have to rerun this really expensive model. So what people do is they actually approximate these models with the help of machine learning and bring those runtimes down to seconds. So that way you can actually try out many different configurations and do that in real time, essentially, get results in real time. So you see that we have many different kinds of applications of machine learning, and typically machine learning is like, or AI is one tiny piece of the puzzle. So you already have a climate solution that is much broader, and you have analytical approaches to it, and then machine learning sort of gives that new ability to it, which makes it so exciting. But it's not that AI just comes in and fixes things. It's really like a very analytical approach to a solution that's much broader. So I also wanted to touch on some limitations of the technology, which I think are important to understand. Typically, models need to be customized and actually trained on the data of the specific project, of the specific use case, which is really in contrast to the AI that one often sees, like ChatGPT. Those large language models, they really come out of the box. So, you use them for your thing, but they're really the same model. If you're using machine learning in the real world and in most other applications, it's very tailored to the different problem cases. But yeah, one thing that's true is that you need lots of data, and sometimes you also need a lot of compute. That again depends highly on the type of model that you're using. But definitely the data is a crucial underlying requirement for machine learning. Also because in the beginning, as I explained, everything depends on the data set that you're feeding in. And that also relates to this principle of garbage in, garbage out. If you feed in bad data, you get bad results, or you get bad model. So you need to have data that really represents what you actually want to learn, what you want to do, and you need to have data that's clean. Machine learning and AI is not objective. It's inheriting a lot of bias from the data, from the design, and also the way you use it. So it's not better than humans in a way that is objective. And you need to have data that doesn't change over time, or if your data changes over time, you need to adapt the model. So the patterns that the machine learning model learns, they sort of need to be persistent, or it assumes they are persistent. And it may not work if the underlying data changes. That also means that long-term forecasting is notoriously difficult for machine learning. And it finds correlation, not causation. This may be a very statistical thing, but we are sort of in the realm of prediction, so it doesn't really explain anything to you. It's just a model that's really good in predicting what you want to know. Okay, so I put a list together of benefits and costs, which are still really poorly understood in most real-world applications, but roughly you can think of the benefits that machine learning or AI enables new types of working or improved types of working. So concretely, it can generate insights where human expertise does not exist or where you cannot make it explicit. It can also perform tasks that humans can do in a way that's cheaper and more scalable. That also hints at this great fear of machine learning replacing humans, but it's really doing that thing. It's saying, okay, we can have a human looking at an image, or we have a model looking at an image, and therefore we can scale this by much more. And then, of course, depending on how you use it, it can occur some operational efficiency, and therefore, save costs, save energy, and so on. On the cost side, of course, you need a lot of data, as I said, and you need IT infrastructure for having those data, and you need data management. So you need quite some digital infrastructure for training those models. You need people who can train those models, or you need to find a partner that can provide those AI expertise, which is a trivial point, but a crucial point, and actually a huge barrier, I think, to many projects. You are never guaranteed that machine learning is actually helping you in a given situation. So it's lots of trial and error, and sometimes actually simpler methods turn out to be the better approach. And those models, as I said, it's not a one-off, so you need to maintain and you need to retrain them, as one says. So you cannot just have somebody come and give you that model and it runs for the next 10 years. Likely data is going to change, the world is going to change. Pre-COVID, the word COVID-19 didn't exist. Afterwards, models have to be able to deal with it. So, you know, these kind of subtle changes in the underlying data will be important, and you will need somebody to update the model and check it regularly. And then, of course, it also poses challenges for the people working with these models, which can be overcome. But I think there's a lot of, it's actually a much bigger topic even, like how explainable are the outputs? Can I trust the model? All of these considerations are there as well. So this is to say, I mean, this is a very abstract way to look at the benefits and costs. But really, we need to understand better where is machine learning applicable, where is really having a net benefit, and where would one be fine with simpler approaches. And for that, and we're actually also doing research in my group where we're looking at cities in particular, and we're interested in whether what are the motivations and what are the barriers for municipal governance to actually explore machine learning for climate change mitigation. And there are quite a few projects ongoing, and we are interviewing the stakeholders to understand that better. How do they perceive the risk and benefit from those projects? What do they learn in those projects? We also looked at a large body of literature to understand better what kind of applications exist for cities in this space. And we found that there's a rapidly evolving research field. We see a lot more research coming up. So this paper is in review, but the preprint is already online. And we found that those impact areas, those areas that we identified that are most in focus, also match with what the IPCC thinks is most important for addressing climate change. And we found, as expected, a bias on Eastern Asia, Europe, and North America, which are also the regions of the world which are most strong in AI, and also there are the most studies on municipal climate action with machine learning. So with that, I wanted to thank you, and I'm looking forward to your questions and also your input.
Thank you so much, Lynn. Thank you very much. So, yeah, Lynn can take a seat already, because actually now she would like some input from all of you, and she's prepared a couple of questions for our audience that is very important for her research. So I hope you will be supporting Lynn's research. And because this is about digitalization, of course, we want you to participate digitally. I see everybody knows what to do already. So scan the QR code. The only thing that you need to know is to type in the room number 1736. That's the most important thing, because other sessions will have another number. If you don't want to scan the QR code, you can also open your browser and just type in tedme.com. But I think the QR code is probably the quickest way to do it. Is everybody with me? Okay, still some people working with their smartphones. Just give you another moment. Okay, so don't forget to type in the room number. There we go. So the question that Lynn has prepared is, do you know if AI is appropriate for your project or projects? And you can pick from a bunch of different options. Yes, we've started using it, or I believe so, but I need to know more to find out. No, it is not applicable. No, it would be helpful, but the effort and costs are prohibitive. And the other option is no, because I'm facing other barriers, institutional, legal, and so on. Or I don't know. That's also an honest answer. And we have some people who were honest and said that they just don't know how to answer the question. So Lynn, are we ready to take a look at some of the results? So it looks like people do seem to think that AI could be useful, but they're not quite on top of what's necessary to actually make the most of it. What does that tell you?
Yeah, I mean, so we asked this question because we just wanted to understand, what's the attitude, and especially we, I think, expected that not many projects are yet using AI, but I'm actually positively surprised that we have 18 answers of the projects that actually have started using it. So I think this kind of reflects what I expected, and if I'm saying we, it's my one PhD student and I. So this is not directly going into a study, but we were curious to hear more of ongoing projects in Europe that are interested in this. And I hope that this is also an inspiration and an invitation for the workshop later to speak to me or speak to us. And if you're actually interested also in speaking more about what you're seeing, also if you're even facing barriers like institutional or legal barriers, if you're not yet applying AI, and if you want to speak to us, that would be interesting, because she's currently conducting stakeholder interviews with cities on these topics.
But I think it's also a reflection of the nature of our audience. People are curious, and they want to find out more how to boost their own work with any tool that's available to them. And there's so much potential in AI and machine learning. Why not tap into those benefits? Okay, so I think we have one more question that we prepared for you, or I should say Lynn prepared, and to hear from our audience, what is your main motivation to use or explore AI? So lots of options to choose from, so you've got to read through them first. You want to help accelerate progress on your work in climate action, or you want to use automation for more effective use of human labor, or to showcase data-driven innovative approaches, or to help make better decisions, or get better information about either the city or the project region, or provide new or improved services to citizens or users, reduce costs, or shape or support the local AI market through urban public sector demand. So yeah, so lots of options to choose from there. Maybe some of you have to think about it for a second.
And I think one can choose several options.
Yeah.
No?
Can you choose more than one? You can just choose one.
Okay.
So if you have to choose one, but it seems like already the trend is pretty clear. Does that surprise you, Lynn, or is that what you expected?
So, I mean, I was hoping one can choose several, because they're sort of not mutually exclusive, of course. So, yeah, I mean, automation seems a strong motivation to use machine learning, so that doesn't surprise me. I think that one interesting point here is C, because I think a strong motivation is also to showcase maybe to constituents, to citizens, that one is sort of going on an innovative path, or for oneself even to try out this innovative new technology at this also combined with the green transition. So I'm actually happy to see that quite a few chose this option, because I think it's for many people like a main motivation to try out pilots, and it's an honest answer, I think. Yeah, so I would have thought more answers would be H, maybe, because there has even been a program on public procurement that was tailored towards this goal of helping local AI startups or small organizations develop products that they would sell to the municipality in that case. That was AI for Cities. It was an EU-funded project. So I would have expected that maybe there's more of that as well.
Our audience can surprise you as well. All right. Lynn, please do stay where you are. I know we're going to be talking about all of these things a little bit more, but up next, we would like to hear from our second speaker. As I mentioned, there she is. She's joining us virtually, so we can already see her. I don't know if the rest of us can already see her. She is an honorary professor in the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose at UCL in London. She's executive board member of the Italian public media company RAI and part of the high-level roundtable for the new European Bauhaus that was set up by EC President Ursula von der Leyen to accelerate the EU Green Deal. So a woman wearing many different hats. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm welcome for our virtual speaker, Francesca Bria.
Hello, hi, I hope you can hear me well. It's really a pleasure to be with you today, and sorry for not being able to be in Berlin in presence. My presentation will focus on, let's say, looking at urban data and artificial intelligence as digital commons, which means I'm going to look at the governance model, at the policy model, but also make concrete examples on how using digital innovation or data-driven innovation, and of course with the help of machine learning, we can address some of the fundamental challenges, which are social challenges, which are also the broader multiple crises that we are living on the moment. Also to basically show that in the face of this polycrisis, as experts call it at the moment, we have wars, we have public healthcare crisis, we have, of course, the climate emergency and the need to go towards energy transition, we have inflation, we have the kind of jobs market that's all the time not stable. And I think that Europe, in a kind of broader sense, made a very important bet towards this twin transition, as we call it. On one side, the Green Deal and the green transition, and on the other side, so moving towards a carbon neutral future, and how that's related to the digital transition. And the digital transition is about being able to use the digital infrastructure, data, sensors, artificial intelligence, but also to direct it towards more environmental and social sustainability. I think we all experienced during COVID in particular, but also now, a certain acceleration of the digital transition. So our digital tools enter every aspect of our life, platforms that we use, apps that we use to do everything. But what's really important is not only to accelerate this digital and technological transition, but to give it a direction, to align it to the social, environmental sustainability that we want to achieve. When we look at the climate data and the environmental crisis that we're facing, and we do this very much in our new European Bauhaus group with the European Commission President. We have what we call the elephant in the climate room, which is the built environment, which means cities. So cities are responsible for 40% of global GHG emissions, and 55% of developed waste countries is produced in cities. So cities, or let's say our urban environment, they have a very important role to become new carbon sinks, to switch from a dumb linear petroeconomy to a smart circular bioeconomy. To do that, we have to really transform our cities, to really transform the built environment in terms of mobility, in terms of course, caring about the climate and the pollution, but also transforming the way we live and work, transforming the materials, transforming logistics, and so on. We can only do this starting people first. In the introduction, it wasn't said, but I've been working many years in cities. I used to be the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer of the city of Barcelona. And I was also coordinating a large network of chief technology and innovation officers globally that were using, in fact, digitization and data and artificial intelligence to improve cities. And I also worked for the UN Habitat, which is the United Nations body taking care about cities, in order to create the first programs that are digital first, but also people first. So I'm really convinced that if we want to achieve this carbon neutrality, these free emission cities by 2030, and this is one of the big aims of the European Union at the moment, we have to start with communities, we have to start with people, and we have to bring people along. So this requires also some form of participatory democracy. So this example that you see here is a very important planning experiment. That's the Barcelona Superblock. The Barcelona Superblocks has the big aim to reduce of 20% car rides by 2024, which is actually this year. And they remove cars from the city centers and allow cars only to circulate around specific blocks, so these super blocks that you see there. This creates 10% of new green areas. It doubles bicycle lane, and also it goes together with an ambitious mobility plan, like an electrification plan. This example of the Barcelona Superblock radically transforming our city centers, removing cars, making it more green and more livable for city, show how complex are these urban environment experiments, and how, for example, yes, of course, you need to enter with all the tools at your disposal, with sensors, with infrastructure, with measurement tools, with data and AI to achieve those goals. So the Barcelona city wants to create 1 million square meter of public space that instead of being used to traffic, I know this sounds strange for German cities where you have a lot, of course, of cars in city centers, but many cities around the world and in Europe certainly are moving cars from the center to dedicate spaces to more sustainable mobility, green streets. As you can see, these are some examples of how you can transform neighborhood, but also create new social infrastructures. So the aim is to have 1 out of 3 streets in the city that are streets for pedestrians, green area, and sustainable mobility. Here you see one of the rendering, which are called the green axis, and you can see how, of course, the city becomes completely transformed by this kind of intervention. And if you couple, of course, the ambition of getting 80% of municipal vehicles electric and also 30% of buses electric in the city, you understand how that would also have a strong impact on sustainability, on social infrastructure, but also on the livable environment of the cities and in Barcelona and beyond. I think in cities in particular, it would be very, very exciting to combine these different layers, the net zero and the climate neutral actions with data and participatory democracy. As I was telling you before, the involving citizens in the decision-making process, in participating in those kind of actions is absolutely critical for the success of those plans. And with digital tools, and not only, so with a hybrid method of online democracy and offline democracy, is now today possible to extract collective intelligence from people and to move towards a more participatory democracy. To make you the example here, you have New York City, also Helsinki City, Barcelona, Madrid, Milan. Many cities are taking this participation and deliberation of citizens in a very serious way. In the city of Barcelona, we had 70% of the city action plan that was taken together with citizens. And they were really part of trying to understand how those projects were transforming their environment. So data in this kind of aspect is absolutely a critical part. you can see how with monitoring, for example, using data and digital infrastructure, taking data coming from sensors network, taking data that we produce as citizens all the time, you can monitor the energy grid and the energy monitoring remotely. You can have water metering. You can, of course, intervene in the parking and transportation system, but also help with garbage collection. So it's really the data becomes a new meta utility, a new fundamental infrastructure layer that can create public value, that can mobilize resources and help policy makers, but also all the stakeholders to scale their decisions and take better decisions which are informed by evidence. But of course, we need to govern this data, because otherwise it's impossible, because the majority of the data, as we know, there is a lot of imbalance of power. Much of this data and intelligence is today in the hands of very few companies, the big tech companies, of course, that we use every day. So in order to, let's say, shift the power balance and make sure that artificial intelligence and data can be really used in public interest to transform the city for the better, to really empower the citizens, we have to govern this public data, which was also, I think what it was said before, that we not only need computing, we need, of course, people that are able to manage these systems, but the data needs, let's say, to be seen as a public infrastructure, as a digital commons that we own. And in fact, citizens, when they pay taxes, they also pay for the data that today is collected and is part of the intangibles, let's say, that give value to the service. So I've been working a lot in Barcelona to to transform public procurement, make sure that when we procure services, we also own the data. So the data becomes owned by the citizens of the city that are paying the taxes. And with the city of Hamburg, we made a very interesting experiment focusing on mobility data. We ran a data challenge in order to collaborate from the city administration with startups, with creative communities, with developers, with universities that have the skills and the capacity to build the application using urban data. And then we basically worked with the companies that have very important urban data to transfer the data from private to public in public interest. So this data can then become, let's say, managed in a data trust according to specific rules that, of course, on one side preserve the privacy of people, preserve their information self-determination, because we know that many people are also worried about this constant tracking and constant monitoring. But on the other side, this data can unleash an entire capacity, an entire ecosystem of sustainable innovation in this, let's say, collaborative process with big companies, the cities, and small companies which have the knowledge and capacity to build application on top of this very important data. I think the objective here is to show that this is a new way, basically, to manage this city. For example, many cities today have local digital twins. These local digital twins are built with modeling. So you get the data, you create machine learning, you build your LLM or your model of the city, and then you can experiment things with your urban twin. You can do small experiments and then scale the city service when this works in the real world environment. So these success cases are happening in mobility, in climate, in housing. But my recommendation here is that it can really work for the people if we are managing it as a kind of public infrastructure that empower communities really on the ground. Many cities are today developing algorithmic registers. So there are, for example, this is from the city of Amsterdam. There is algorithmic systems, and citizens can go on the website and see what kind of algorithmic systems the city is using, how they are using the data, and how they're taking decision. And this is, of course, it's done because, as we know, there is a lot of biases. There is bias in the data because the data has to be clean and it has to be kept and maintained well. But there is also a lot of biases on how this data can be used to discriminate based on gender, based on race, for example, based on socioeconomic belonging of people. So it's really very important to be transparent, to train city officials to use these systems and to do it in a way that citizens themselves are able to track and see what is happening with these AI systems. So just to summarize, I think that building smart cities based around data sovereignty, citizen participation, and putting technology at the service of the green transition, it's fundamental today. But to do that, we have to understand data as a critical urban infrastructure. We will have to work with our procurement system internally to, for example, add data sharing and data sovereignty obligations in procurement contracts and in public tenders. So this is well governed and well maintained. We can create data commons repositories so that cities can learn from each other. I think one of the questions before was, do I have enough capacity to do this? Well, if we create this kind of learning environment where cities can learn from each other, where organizations can take the governance model, can share examples, can learn, can maybe even reuse applications from other cities, that we're gonna be able to do it in a way that's interoperable and in a way that really bring the benefits that we want to see. And of course, finally, the data-driven approaches can enable citizen participation. I insist with this part because I think that democratic decision making via a large-scale participatory democracy is very important also to be, let's say, against this kind of lack of trust that we see in technology when the changes are going too far. Let me just end my presentation saying that this is a very exciting moment in Europe. If we think about that, Europe wants to be seen as a new leader in the digital and responsible innovation, but putting really democratic values and citizen at the center. And so let's say maybe distinguishing itself from the Silicon Valley big company, big tech company model, and from the Chinese model that's aggregating, I mean, let's say digital authoritarianism. What Europe wants to do is to show that it's possible to do it based on rights and democratic principles. And the fact of how we can, do data management, increase access to data while keeping the trust of citizens and consumers, I think it will be one of the most important and critical policy questions in the future years. And for this, of course, there is the Data Act, which is a regulation, the Artificial Intelligence Act, which is another regulation at the European level. And then Europe it's giving itself the possibility to have their own infrastructure and European data spaces in critical areas like healthcare, manufacturing, mobility, and culture. I mentioned this because I think to get it right, we're going to have the right infrastructures, but also really to make sure we convene to citizens that this is a leap in their future where it's going to be very important to manage data, digital identity, payment system in a kind of new form of digital citizenship. So it's very important to have these public digital infrastructures and what I've been calling a European stack to put individuals and community in control, or whether they want to keep their personal information private and so give the tools to maintain their anonymity, their privacy, but at the same time the choice of sharing the information for the common good, and also so that it can shared and it can process by artificial intelligence system, by machine learning systems, and give us the output that we want, which is desirable for society. So I'll be quick here, but just I would like to mention that there are a lot of political and ethical implications in the development of artificial intelligence in the future. First of all, there is a need for regulating the big tech power concentration. As we know, there is a lot of work coming with antitrust and regulation at EU level. Also, we shouldn't just trust the AI. Sometimes the AI give us stupid responses, or it's not correct, or it's hallucinating, as we say in industry term. There is a lot of also environmental cost, a lot of energy is used, a lot of water is used. So there has to be a lot of in the future, but also today we have to work a lot to decrease the need of the environmental costs that are coming out of the machine learning system and the big compute power that's needed to have these AI systems in place. And then we have to be, of course, very careful in a year like this, a year of election, of information manipulation, of disinformation, of fake news that can be powered by AI. So a lot of challenges, but at the same time, basically, I'm very confident that we can design and govern data and AI for the common good, and that Europe, but in particular bottom up, coming from organizations like yours, cities that are really willing to experiment with these systems, to start from real world social and environmental challenges and then use them to deliver a good desired output. I'm very confident that we manage also to show how, in fact, data and artificial intelligence can be governed in the public interest and can be addressing real problems, as it was shown also in the previous presentation, that otherwise we wouldn't be able to do it. So let's build together a European innovation model that starts from cities and citizens and that guarantees the full democratic participation of citizens and workers, protect the environment, our data, and also our fundamental rights. Thank you very much.
Francesca, thank you so much. There's so many themes to unpack in what you just shared with us. I do want to go right ahead and open it up to our audience for them to address their questions both to you and to Lynn. So can we see quickly, there's another QR code for this sort of round where you can send your questions to our speakers, or if you want to do it the old-fashioned way, as I said, you can just raise your hand. There's a brave and traditional person who's ready to speak with a microphone right over here. So the gentleman in the glasses, there he is. Yeah, and I'll let you...
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Remigijus Lapinskas, representing Green Policy Institute from Vilnius, Lithuania. My question is related to the question of resilience to vulnerability, or let's say threat of attacks, for example, by different groups of bad people, let's say when we talk about the big data of the cities or governments and so on. So what are your ideas, how you are going to protect that system? Because it could be used for very good things for people, but also could be used the same way against people. So what's your idea?
No, Francesca, do you want to go first? I mean, I'm not a cybersecurity expert, and so I really am not qualified to speak about that particular question. So, Francesca, if you have a general.
Well, I think in general, it's not only a problem that concerns AI, it concerns all the IT infrastructures that we have. And in fact, there is an entire cybersecurity strategy that is happening at a European level. There is coordination between bodies that are looking at this, and of course, more investment in security, I think, in general. So I guess it's a very important point to be addressed, and the protection of the systems in terms of privacy security by design, it's really important. And then, of course, to make sure, I mean, on one side is protected technically, which sometimes, as we see, even when we invest a lot of resources in IT security and in cyber security, things happen because it's a very dynamic environment and, as you said, is very risky. But I think to have a risk management approach, to have a risk strategy, many of these mistakes can be cultural as well. And I've learned also working in cities all the time that all the technology problems, all the technology issues are not only technical, but there is always a cultural and organizational element. So I would say, yes, of course, investing in security, have interoperability, have the entire strategy in place to resist to attacks, but at the same time invest also in the kind of soft approach, which is risk management strategy, the organizational part, and also the cultural elements that sometimes are also very important.
So maybe to add to that, that machine learning or AI is adding another layer of robustness or resilience issues. So machine learning systems are statistical in nature. So as we see hallucinations in ChatGPT, I mean, there are errors, random errors sort of, that occur with all statistical systems, such as machine learning. And there are even techniques that are attacked on those systems by modifying, for example, the data with which it learns. These are called adversarial attacks. That's actually a mechanism that's underlying all these generative models that we are seeing now. They are at times also using such mechanisms to train, but yes, there are new ways that you can fool these systems. Even fool them also when you're using them. So for example, systems that are detecting traffic signs, if you glue stickers on them, sometimes it completely fails. Or if you add like a, for human eye, unseeable noise to an image, sometimes it completely fails and makes, I don't know, cheese out of a penguin, even though there's like noise that you don't even see. So these kind of new issues with robustness also exist with machine learning.
We have a few questions that were sent in via the app. So let's take an app question next, and then we'll take another spontaneous microphone question. So someone from the audience sent in a very concrete question. How can AI help improve climate policy on the ground? How could it support EUKI's work?
I'm happy to jump in here because that's, I think, really close to what my group is working on. So I think one important point is really this ability to supply new information that's relevant for decision making. So support evidence-based policy making by, for example, using remote sensing to create new databases that then can be used for that. We're also working on transportation problems where we are predicting transport volume, for example, cycling volume in cities with the help of machine learning. I also showed an example of how we can ex-post evaluate policies in my slides, where we used it to understand how companies talk about climate risk in their annual reports. So even for understanding ex-post if a policy was effective, for monitoring, we can use machine learning here really effectively because so much in policy making is also text-based. And we need natural language processing to make sense of those.
Mm-hmm. We have one more question, spontaneous from the front. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Bodo Tjurisic from Development Agency of Podravje Maribor. In the past, since our agency is supporting different municipalities in our region, we have been trying to close the gap between the urban and rural areas. And now, of course, I understand that when you need big data sets for artificial intelligence to actually set up models, it's easy to apply them then in the city if you have quality data, not so much in the rural areas where you have very small data sets. Will that not, again, then widen this gap between the urban and rural? And how will this reflect then basically in the societal change, because we already see this discrepancy between cities and countryside regarding EU policies, regarding acceptance to actually go forward with the change. So will this not cause additional societal problems?
I think, Francesca, that seems like a question for you.
Yeah, I think the question is very important, and I think I mean all the time, all different regions have their own specificity on this. Like for example, when I've been working as president of the National Innovation Fund in Italy, we made very much a focus to go to the rural areas, internal areas, what we call, where there is less connectivity, less infrastructure, and less capacity, and make sure that there can be shared resources, and make sure that there can be collaboration with cities and rural areas. So I think this is very important, but for me, the concentration of computing power, the concentration of wealth, the concentration of everything in the city is just not going to be an answer for the majority of the places in Europe. And in fact, you know, when you look at the climate and the Green Deal strategy of the European Commission, we have invested a lot in cohesion policy. We investing a lot in developing infrastructures in places where infrastructure is lacking, and to basically, I think that's why I insisted a lot in interoperable systems, open source solution, reusable use cases, sharing the infrastructure, sharing the code, sharing the system. This is an approach, I think, to tackle the divides in all possible divides, because it doesn't only happen with machine learning and AI. It happens with infrastructure, it happens with capacity and capabilities to, you know, to have literacy in the way we use technology, and then to be able to also use it to do something. I think it's very important to say that data has to be transformed in knowledge and in evidence-based decisions making a system. So we have to create the knowledge capable in order to use this data and then to scale the solution. And that's why we are using these systems, to make it more scalable, more robust, and more shareable. So I think those are very important questions that should be basically built in the system.
I think we have time for 2 more questions, so we'll take another one that was sent via the app, and then one more maybe from somebody raising their hand. Perfect. So hold on to the microphone. We'll read the question via the app. Somebody is asking, why should AI models be customized and newly trained? Isn't it redundant, and doesn't it have a worse carbon footprint than creating a one-size-fits-all solution like with ChatGPT? So maybe Lynn, that's a good one for you.
Yeah, let's have climate machine learning 101. Yeah, that's a very good question, and I think it really has to. We need to dive a bit deeper into understanding machine learning to make this distinction. Essentially, what you're sort of pointing to is also different phases in the evolution of machine learning over the past years. So we came from a place where we really had to. Initially even had to customize the features, so the input data that we're working with, to a point where we are able to actually apply algorithms that themselves are able to make sense of the data and then run the model. I mean, I'm talking really abstract, so we're sort of coming from a more traditional machine learning to deep learning era, where in deep learning, you already had much more built-in capabilities of the models. Those are deep neural networks, essentially, which is a type of machine learning model, to an era that we're seeing now with foundation models that are really expressive, really able to do these multimodal predictions, essentially can handle different kinds of types of data. So what is happening here is the models got larger and larger and incorporate more and more steps of the pipeline. And therefore, I think most of the smaller models you have to customize really a lot, but then they work very well on a specific task of your data. What is typically has been the regime is that you sort of train them on, train only small parts of the model. So for example, if you have a computer vision technology, it's usually pre-trained, as we say, on a large body of data, but then we still customize it to our specific problem. And now we're seeing these foundation models, or these large language models, like ChatGPT, where you don't need to do this anymore because they are so able to deal with these general tasks that we have it do. Still, if you would ask ChatGPT to classify, paragraphs according to climate risk, it probably doesn't do so well if it understands what's climate risk. So you still need to fine-tune them to specific tasks, depending on what you're looking at. Or you wouldn't be able to predict, I think, very well the heat demand of a district energy system. So we would still need to fine-tune these models. If we're using such a big model, you wouldn't use such a big model in those cases. So this was hopefully not more confusing, because we could have a whole semester of a class on this. But yeah, essentially we're at different areas of machine learning, different tasks also. Those large models, they understand language, they generate images, so there's sort of specific tasks that they're really, really good at. And then the compute power plays a huge role as well. So I would always err on the side of a smaller model that does the job well enough than just going for the biggest available.
We have time just for that one final question. I just wanted to let everybody know who sent questions that we didn't have time to get to them. Hopefully you can ask these questions in the workshops and get some answers. Otherwise, you can try and find Lynn during the breaks and ask a question if you can. Francesca, you'll have to be contacted also virtually or remotely, but just for time reasons, we wish we could have gotten to all of them, but unfortunately, we have to sort of stay more or less according to our schedule to get to everything. Let's have our final question from the back of the room.
Thank you very much. My name is Anna Kolba from Zeve Center. I have a question or two for Professor Lin. So in your presentation, you presented that you use photos for digitalization and machine learning. So my question is, I assume that the final output of this is some kind of GIS output layer, such a shapefile or something like this. So my question is, could you maybe tell us for some databases which are maybe not so well known, which have this kind of shapefile? First part of the question. And the second part of the question, you mentioned that you are mapping a heat demand. What are your, let's say, input sources in regard to the specific heating demand per square meter, or let's say, in general, based on the methodology you are using?
Sorry, I didn't catch the first part on the shapefile. What is that referring to again?
No, it was more like, could you maybe tell us some kind of open source databases which have this kind of, let's say, final output of the digitalization, but in some, let's say, kind of GIS editable mode, like in shapefile or in some other type of the, if you are maybe familiar with this, some kind of type of the file which are not, let's say, photo, but which are digitalized and which can be GIS edited.
So it sounds like a very technical, detailed question. So maybe you can give a brief answer for us, and then the additional details can be done during the quick break, because, yeah, it sounds like a very complex, multi-layered question.
Yeah, we can. I still didn't fully, honestly, didn't really get which shape files, but there are lots of open source databases out there, and that's actually a huge issue that you have to often to put in a lot of work to actually identify all the data. And I mean, people put in years of work to even also collect all the open source data that's out there and maybe create like a larger database. So I'm involved with one project where people went and they looked at shapefiles, for example, of building footprints and building heights and building ages. They collected all these data from all the different regions in Europe to create one unified database with basically everything that's out there on public data about buildings. And that took really long, many years, essentially, to do that. I'm happy to talk now offline if you want about the rest.
Okay, well, Lynn Kack, thank you very, very much indeed. And Francesca Bria, thank you so much also. Greetings through the virtual universe. We wish you were with us in Berlin. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for submitting your questions and answering the questions that we had for you. So many thanks indeed. Okay, everyone. So up next are going to be our workshops. So I hope that everybody knows which workshop you have been signed up for. Yes, you have a little dot on the back of your badge. So please do go to the workshop that you have registered for, because there were limited seats available. So if you made a commitment, stick to your commitment and go to the workshop that you decided on. And we will be back. Do we want to have a look quickly at the workshop topics, an overview? It's okay. Okay, you know where you're going. If you don't know where you're going, you just follow the EUKI team. They're going to be directing you. They're not in this building. They're across the courtyard in that other building, the Berlin Global Village. They're going to start in just a few moments. Again, I'm not going to get into which workshops we're going to have for you, because after the workshops, we will come back here and we will hear a quick summary of each of the workshops, and we'll hear what your takeaways are and what the results were. So everybody will get a brief impression of what's being discussed in the workshops that you're not in. There's water in the workshop rooms, just to let everybody know, but the coffee you'll have to get when the workshop is over, so you're energized and stimulated for the next session that we'll have here, hearing the workshop results. So enjoy the workshops, everybody, and we'll see you afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and a warm welcome to the EUKI Networking Conference panel session on industrial decarbonization. Also, a warm welcome back to our online guests who are joining us via the live stream. And also, for those of you who are just joining us for this evening's event, who were not part of our conference during the day, my name is Mariana Evenstein, and it's really my pleasure to be moderating this discussion as part of the EUKI Networking Conference 2024. So, in case some of you are not familiar with EUKI, this funny-sounding name, it just stands for the European Climate Initiative, which is a funding program for climate action projects across Europe that's financed by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. Those of you in Germany probably know it as the BMWK. And for years, EUKI has been contributing to the acceleration of the green transition in Europe, involving all sorts of different sectors and players and stakeholders. And as we all know, an increasingly important stakeholder group is the industrial sector. Especially with all the recent and also upcoming developments in industrial policy, it was really important for EUKI at this year's conference to involve business representatives in a dialogue and also to talk with them about how we can foster industrial decarbonization, specifically in Central and Eastern Europe. And so today we've invited several representatives from various industries, also from civil society and research, and also policymakers. And once again, it's kind of a hybrid conversation. 4 of our speakers will be here on the stage with me in person, and one of them will be joining us virtually. Okay, so speakers in the room, please join me on stage, and hopefully our speaker joining us virtually will also be connecting in just a moment. So speakers, come and take your seats beside me. Yeah. Any order is fine. So just, I don't bite, you can come sit next to me. Nope. Okay. Okay, so maybe first, there she is, okay. This is our virtual speaker, Michaela Ploshevkova. Hello to you. She is head of the environmental department at Volkswagen Slovakia. So welcome to you. Oh, I can see her here too, so I don't have to twist myself around. So welcome, Michaela. We can have a little round of applause for our virtual guest.
Yes, thank you very much. Greetings from Slovakia.
And we also have Malte Bornkam. He is the head of the division Industrial Decarbonization Market Framework International Cooperation at the German Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. Malte, really good to have you on the panel as well. Welcome. So also joining us is Caroline Bossmeyer. She is head of Heidelberg Materials Berlin Liaison Office, and she's the senior manager for government affairs. And just to let people know, in case you're not familiar with Heidelberg Materials, it's a German multinational building materials company. So Caroline, welcome to you. Also joining us is Monika Martiskova. And she is a PhD-holding researcher at the Central European Labor Studies Institute in Bratislava, Slovakia. Also, she's part of the Department of Social Geography and Regional Development at Charles University in Prague. And she focuses on the effects of decarbonization on the labor market and working conditions in industrial sectors. And last but not least, we're pleased to have Katarina Davidova. She works as a climate policy expert at the Center for Transport and Energy, also based in Prague, that's right. And she also happens to be a senior research fellow at the Europeum Institute for European Policy, and that's where she leads the Green Europe program. So welcome to you. And Katarina is going to give us first just a quick overview just to illustrate the scale of European private sectors and their emission profiles, so we kind of know what we're dealing with. And Katarina, you're free to sit, you can stand, you can walk as you like, so we're looking forward to hearing your remarks.
All right. Hello, everyone. I was asked to prepare a brief presentation to sort of set the scene for our discussion. It's only 5 slides, so please bear with me. All right. We have been hearing a lot about industrial decarbonization today, especially in relation to competitiveness of European industries. Some of you might know that it's one of the top priorities now in the strategic agenda that's being prepared for the next European Commission. It has been a topic that was discussed, for example, recently at the Antwerp summit, where over 100 European companies gathered and signed the Antwerp Declaration. And so it's very topical that we talk about this sector and its decarbonization. I put here this graph that illustrates the scale of the challenge we're talking about, because as you can see, industry in Europe is responsible for more than a quarter of our emissions. You can also see the breakdown by different industries. Some of them are more emission heavy than others. Some of it comes from the combustion of fossil fuels that are needed in order to create the high temperatures. Some of the emissions come from the chemical processes that take place in order to create the products that we all need in our daily lives. So it is, the scale of the challenge is really large, not just because it's a huge chunk of European emissions, but also because these are the so-called hard-to-abate sectors, such as iron and steel or cement or the chemical industry, where lots of the decarbonization will depend on technologies that are still not yet used at scale, such as hydrogen or carbon capture, utilization and storage. So big investments will be needed, and it's kind of a chicken and egg question. What do we do first? Do we first invest into something that we will need in 10, 20 years' time, or do we wait until it becomes a bit more widespread and profitable, and then we employ it? So it's definitely not a small feat to decarbonize heavy industries, but that doesn't mean that we don't need to try and do it. As this graph shows, this is from a tool called Pathway Explorer, which looks at different pathways of emissions decarbonization in the EU up until carbon neutrality in 2050. I think this one is actually based on the minus 90% greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2040, which is the new sort of target that's now being discussed between 2030 and 2050. And you can see that industry, which is kind of the darker orange color, will need to shrink the emissions that it produces. It will rely to some extent on negative emissions, but to some extent it also needs to reduce its own emissions through better efficiency, switching of fuels, more circularity in material use, etc. This is a specific graph just for industrial sectors. You can see the breakdown of different sectors. I apologize because some of the names of sectors are missing there, but the big light orange one at the bottom is steel. So that's obviously one of the hardest ones to abate. We also have cement, and I think the dark blue is actually other industries, so that's kind of collecting all the remaining industries. And then the green is the carbon capture and storage technologies that are expected to kick in, especially after 2030, and play a role in decarbonization up until 2050. How can we do it? There are, of course, many different ways, which I think today we're going to be discussing, but one of the very efficient policy tools, I would say, is carbon pricing. It has been very efficient in bringing down power sector emissions in the EU, as you can see from this graph. That's the red ones. However, the industrial sector emissions have not been going down as steeply as the power sector. One of the reasons for that is that the industrial sectors were receiving free allowances, free allocations. In fact, between 2013 and 2021, just over half of the emissions in the ETS was actually emitted for free because they were covered by the free allowances, which to some extent has a place in terms of protecting European industries, because we obviously don't want all our decarbonization effort to lead to deindustrialization and the move of production to other countries which don't have such strict environmental policies. On the other hand, that actually kind of undermined the effect of the carbon pricing, and also it meant that national governments didn't have as much revenues from the ETS trading that they could then use to support some climate measures. Going forward, the free allocations will be slowly phased out, and it will be replaced by the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which again maybe we'll get to later, but yeah, that could be quite a useful tool as well to both protect European industries and inspire and motivate other countries to also reduce their industrial emissions. Last slide is about finances, because to me that's a big part of the industrial decarbonization debate. This map shows the ability of member states to finance Green Deal measures on their own without breaking the EU fiscal rules. And as you can see, there's only like 4 EU member states that could do it. Then there is a couple more that could kind of barely do it, but most countries actually don't have the necessary fiscal space to raise funds domestically. And therefore, I believe that we need some kind of EU-wide investment mechanism that will support industrial decarbonization and green transition in Europe. I put down some numbers that different entities are estimating that it will cost to reach the goals of Green Deal. We can also talk about what it would cost not to do it. But yeah, I think this is probably all for the beginning, and I look forward to the discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just put it down. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah, so the challenge is big, as we've seen, and also as we saw from one of your slides, the building materials, the chemicals industry, cement manufacturers are among those sectors that are quite challenging to decarbonize. So it would be great maybe if we can start just by getting an impression of what it means for a company involved in this sector to transition to net zero. So Caroline, can you talk us through the steps that your company, Heidelberg Materials, has taken so far, and what's been the impact?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Well, maybe to start with a bit of a background. So Heidelberg Materials is a big company, a DAX 40 company, and we are working with 50,000 employees around the world on 5 continents. And our business is in cement, it's in aggregates, and it's in concrete. But of course, as you all may know here in the room, it is the cement part, which is very energy, very CO2 intensive, and that's a big challenge. But at the same time, we have to see that if we manage to decarbonize a cement plant, which is a CO2 point source, we have a major lever here. So it's a good investment. And I'd like to describe a little bit how do we tackle these challenges. So first of all, and I think that's a very important point that cannot be stressed enough, is that we have decided to take a clear stance in taking a lead in change and taking bold decisions in a time where really nothing is off the shelf. There is no road. We have to take steps to walk this path. And in times with lots of trade-offs, lots of uncertainties, time pressure, it is really the mindset of the top management and also of the employees. It is the prerequisite for everything, I would say. And given this, we are committed to the most ambitious climate targets in our sector, aligned with the 1.5-degree target of the science-based target initiatives, and our ambition is to achieve net zero by 2050. The second point I'd like to stress is that as regards our strategy, there is no such thing as the one silver bullet. It's a tough way. And reduction pathways need to cover a really complex set of measures and also research and development along the whole production process and value chain. And what is really also important to keep in mind is that it's not only about solutions, but we need solutions that are really scalable to meet the demands of, or to meet the demands of the global challenges. And this is why we are optimizing, for example, everything in our processes and products. That means everything that is happening in the kilns when we produce cement clinker from limestone. We improve energy efficiency, we use alternative raw materials, optimize our cements by using less clinker, etc., etc. And in parallel to these conventional measures, we are pioneering what the colleague just mentioned, carbon capture and storage and utilization as a breakthrough technology. And the reason for that is that two-thirds, that's our main challenge, two-thirds of our CO2 emissions are stemming from the process itself. They are coming from the raw material limestone itself during its calcination at high temperatures. And we have various lighthouse projects, especially in Northern America and Europe, for example, in Germany, the G0 project, or also in Bulgaria, the UNRAF project, which some of you may know, which is the first CCUS project in Eastern Europe. And the third point, last point I'd like to make is that we communicate a lot. We explain the way forward and we make it clear which framework conditions we depend on. And saying the decarbonization of cement is possible, and it is the future of our products. There will be a future taking this way, or there will be no future of this product. But it is obvious that we cannot walk this way alone. And some examples for communication are that, for example, we need a pull from markets for sustainable products. And this is why, for example, we are engaging with our customers and other stakeholders more than ever to explain technologies, to share knowledge, etc., advice on technical questions. We are communicating on the need for a ramp-up of CCUS and carbon management in Europe, covering legislation. And what is important to understand is we are the capturing part of it, but we need transport infrastructure, storage infrastructure. So a lot needs to be done in that field. We need the legislation and, of course, we need acceptance of societies and an agreement for change in societies. We explain why we need funding. This is crucial for these CCUS projects, namely to bridge the gap until we have the right price signals from the EU emissions trading system and to until these technologies become commercially viable. And the last point from my end here is that, last but not least, and it's very important, acceptance is at the heart of our projects in this CCUS field. Projects like G0 in Germany or also the UNRAF project in Bulgaria, they include a comprehensive stakeholder management strategy, knowledge sharing strategy, and communication activities. We are addressing many audiences from local neighborhoods through policymakers, authorities, etc. And this is where I also see a good way of networking, for example, with some of the EUKI projects as well. Because we are targeting these questions from different directions and angles, and I would really like to appreciate, to evaluate potential for cooperation in that field.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Caroline. We hear your company, which is a very large company, clearly motivated, clearly taking steps and making concrete changes, but there are other industrial enterprises that are perhaps smaller, and for them, cost is a huge hindrance, especially when it comes to having to change the aging industrial infrastructure. And let's be real, across Europe, there are many factories very much running on fossil fuels, very old, need to be upgraded, need to be replaced, torn down, and all of this can be prohibitively expensive to the point that companies say, we just can't, like we absolutely cannot afford to do this. So I'm just curious from, let's say, a state building perspective, how do we get the necessary investment? You also need skilled laborers to know how to operate updated equipment. I think maybe that's a good question for Malta.
Yes, thank you. And firstly, I'd like to highlight, you were asking about the investments that we need those investments, not only for climate policy reasons, but many of the industrial installations are due to reinvestment in the next decade, or actually in this decade. So in Germany, it's like more than half, but in Europe and also internationally, you have the same numbers. So apart from all the climate change aspects, we need reinvestments because industry has very long reinvestment cycles. So for decades, you only invest like after 5 decades into new installations, sometimes 2 decades. So this is a real important window of opportunity now, because it's very important now that you invest in the right technologies which are compatible with climate neutrality in 2050 or 2045, as in Germany. And this also makes it very urgent to act now. That's the one reason. And the second reason is that we have the EU emission trading system, where it's not only providing a carbon price, an incentive to invest, but also has an emission cap. So this emission cap goes downwards in the 2030s, and 2040 it will be down to 0. At least there will no new emission allowances be in auction. So that puts a lot of pressure on for EU industry, but also, of course, on us as policymakers, because we want to keep the industry in a climate neutral way. So this really shows the urgency and shows that we only have like 15 years. And I think that's a unique situation here, because some economists say, well, we do some framework conditions and then markets will kind of steer the way. It's not that easy for such a fast transition. So on the one hand, we need emission trading with a carbon price which is at yet not high enough, and also at the same time we need the carbon leakage protection measures like free allocation that we have now, which will be going down, which will be replaced by the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Because given the carbon cap, the emission cap that we have, the question is not really, in Europe at least, whether we will achieve the climate target in the industry sector and energy sector, but how we're going to achieve it. So are we going to achieve it with new investments in new technologies, new installations, using green hydrogen, carbon capture and storage also, but of course, renewable energies, electrification, or will we lose some of that to competitors? Well, look at we have high electricity prices, gas prices now with the energy crisis. United States has a different approach with the IRA, giving a lot of funding to industry. Well, of course, the question is how sustainable that is with a new government coming or new administration. And in Europe, we have like a set of policies. It's emission trading. We have funding, like EU Innovation Fund is for big installations or for hard-to-abate sectors. We have similar funding in Germany with carbon contracts for difference, but also investment funding, which is starting now. And we need that for this stage of the transition, which we're going into now, for the next 10 years, 15 years. But in the mid to long term, we also need something that we call green lead markets, and which means that in the mid to long term, these new goods and like green steel, green cement have to be competitive on the market, and they have to be able to compete with the old gray cement, gray steel, and even cement can be imported from long distances, at least cement clinker, although it's a very heavy material. And so in the end, maybe we need also regulatory measures that ensure that we have a market for that. And I think we need all this together. And of course, you highlight that we need the skills, the workforce, we need clusters, we need cooperation with science, industry, maybe regional clusters. I think Also, the regional funding we have been working for has to be used really to try to support SMEs also to go through this transition. And I think all this together has to be concerted in a way that we make the transition without losing competitiveness.
So there are so many factors that have to be taken into account for industry to successfully manage these targets. What's interesting, I read recently there was a study out of the UK that concluded that we already have all the technology that we need to attain net zero. So if we just use existing or new technologies or also existing technologies, we actually have the technology that it takes to be able to transition to net zero. So it's really the other factors that are holding us back. And that makes me really think about the automotive industry, because in many ways, I think we absolutely have seen we have all the technology and the tools to fully electrify cars and other vehicles. It could theoretically be an industry that could be running completely without carbon emissions already, but we're not quite there yet for various reasons. So I'd love to hear from Michaela about, maybe you can tell us about the progress at Volkswagen Slovakia, which is where you're based, and whether you think the automotive industry is where it should be on this journey to net zero. How well have they done? What are the drivers? And how could we do better?
Thank you very much, Marianne, for the words. Maybe I will try to explain what does it mean for the automotive production industry, what I am head of the environmental department for. So partially you are right. So there are best available technologies available for the car production. On the other hand, we have to divide the decarbonization of automotive production in more parts. Firstly, so if I want to speak about CO2 emissions, what we can do is really decrease the indirect CO2 emissions. And what we can see is here the circular economy of one project, what we implemented in 2021. It's called Aluminium Closed Loop project. And you can see on the picture that normal procedure is that we are using the aluminium as a raw material. And we try to make a closed loop within the producer and our supplier. So we are now putting all our scrap from our press shop back to our supplier that is producing for us the aluminium parts. And this use of secondary aluminium saves up to 95% of the energy in comparison to the primary aluminium. And please, the second slide. And on the second slide, you can see how much of the CO2 emissions were saved. The first number is for the whole concern and for all the plants that already implemented that measure. And for Volkswagen Slovakia in the 2023, it was more than 68,000 tons of CO2. You can hide the slides now. Thank you very much. This was one part of the whole CO2 carbon footprint. But what we are doing within the production side, since 2013, we use only the renewable energy. This is what we can do. And also we implemented environmental strategy. We started in 2010. And since then, we are trying to put also our direct CO2 emissions down. And there are two possibilities how to do that. First, we have to change our heating systems. So from the central heat power plants using the natural gas, We are now working on heat pumps using the waste heat from the production processes, for example, from the body shop, and what should be the potential that we could use the biomethane. But this is quite a tough topic in the Central and Eastern Europe, that we don't have enough biomethane that should be used instead of the natural gas. What we are further working on is the electrification of production technologies. And this is one point what is really crucial for the future. We don't have the technology now, for example, the hydrogen we are expecting for the future years. And I mentioned that we implemented a strategy. This is a Volkswagen brand strategy. And in the last 13 years, we already implemented measures that helped us to decrease our CO2 emissions by more than 80% calculated per produced vehicle. So this is one example how can automotive car production plant really help to decrease and to decarbonize the industry.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I would like to talk about something else that's perhaps very specific or particularly an issue in Central and Eastern Europe as a barrier to industrial decarbonization is the ownership structure of many companies, especially in the hard-to-abate, as I learned this term also recently, in the hard-to-abate industries. So many of them are foreign-owned. And this really has an impact on the level of local engagement. Just people feel like, well, it's not up to me, there's nothing I can do, it's owned by somebody overseas. And we've talked earlier today about the importance of engaging local stakeholders who feel connected to this process to net zero. So how do we tackle this situation? I guess that might be a good question for Monica.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to all my previous speakers, pointing out what everything you need to do to decrease emissions from your production and in your product. And this is especially the case for automotive industry, because what you mentioned, Michaela, is production, but then you invest a lot in product as such to be also decarbonized. The transportation sector is quite complex in this sense. And when talking about this complexity is also the acceptance of the change of the customers, but also drivers, sort of. And what we observe in our research, and I am a researcher dealing with employment and working conditions, and when we are talking with employees' representatives, which are in many cases trade unions and workers themselves, in many cases they lack information and they lack the vision for the future. And I think what we heard from now is that it's not only that business don't want to share this information. In many cases, they do not have them simply. And this tackles mostly the smaller companies. And when you look into the Central and Eastern Europe, you have very high share of multinationals being present, which might be the benefit because they have global knowledge, maybe also the financial sources. But at the same time, if they are maybe smaller and not that much embedded locally, they do not engage that much in a local environment and also not that much with the local employees. And this is what you can then see with the level of social dialogue, level of collective bargaining coverage, of employees' engagement on the governance. So it's a factor which it's in there. It's maybe explaining the part. It's hard to do anything about that. Yeah, it was a transformation part for Central and Eastern Europe for quite a long. It's like it is, but it's a part of the story of reluctance of the change in Central and Eastern European countries. And I think one of the ways how to go out of it is to have this multi-stakeholder dialogue, including social dialogue. Yeah? So to engage the local stakeholders in searching the ways out. Because when talking about the technologies, this is more on a global scale shared knowledge. But then you need to transfer it down to education system and to reskilling. And this suddenly is not even the national level, it's even the regional level. It's the cooperation between the different, similar but different companies, schools, regions, and even employees representatives. And this means costs for this cooperation, also for the businesses, yeah? And in many cases, they just do not have these capacities/costs to do that. So this is one of the structural thinking about the Central and Eastern Europe and the reluctance of the change and the need for the cooperation, which is much more developed, for instance, in Germany, as you mentioned. So that's...
Yeah. So Monica, I think what you're getting at is also something that seems to come up all the time, that people need to understand all of the social and environmental co-benefits of industrial decarbonization. It's not just about what the company itself is doing and the products it's selling and the manufacturing processes themselves, but we're doing these changes for a broader benefit, like on all levels, that's supposed to improve the lives of everybody on the planet, in fact, but also to really remind people on the local level what they actually have to benefit from all of these things. So maybe we need to talk about how can these benefits, first of all, be made clear, concrete, quantified, and also how do we most effectively communicate them? And Katarina, maybe you can talk about that.
Yeah, definitely. There has recently been a couple of studies published actually on this topic of co-benefits of decarbonization, as well as the costs of not doing it, the cost of inaction, the losses that our economies and societies will incur if we don't decarbonize fast enough. I would mention two of the studies. One of them is from the Potsdam Institute for Climate Research, and they calculated that the costs of inaction would be 6 times higher than the costs that the transition requires. So if we think the EU will need 1 trillion euros by 2030, make it times 6, and that would be actually the cost that we would incur in our economies due to the effects of climate change, and that could be due to, for example, health costs associated with heat waves. It could be also less agricultural yields, or it could be extra strain put on our infrastructure that's not just ready for the increased heat. So that's sort of the bad side of what's coming if we don't decarbonize fast enough. Then the good side, the co-benefits, there was recently a study by Can Europe, Climate Action Network Europe, that looked into the positive side effects of reducing emissions in European countries. And it found out that actually the co-benefits of staying within the 1.5 degrees Celsius, as the Paris Agreement is trying to do, would mean co-benefits equal to 1 trillion euros, actually. So it's kind of the same as what we need to invest. They will be higher in Central and Eastern European countries. They're not just linked to sort of the avoided extra heat and extra climate stress. They're also linked to, for example, the decrease in small particles, the particulate matter, which especially in Central and Eastern Europe is still responsible for many premature deaths. So that is something very tangible that if we do decarbonize our industry, but also other sectors, we will avoid that, and that will have very clear benefits. Some of the other areas where we will see some positive changes if we decarbonize is, for example, the material extraction, if we manage to be more circular and if we manage to recycle more industrial products, for example, in materials, raw materials, that will mean we don't have to mine so much, and that also will save us, of course, some money and also some negative environmental effects. There are also calculated benefits for actually the labor market, so the green transition will bring new jobs. There will be a need for reskilling, as Monica mentioned, because these jobs will be in different sectors and will require different skills than what we have now, but overall the effect can actually be positive. So I think that's probably the most important points in this.
We have about 5 minutes left for our session, more or less. So if anybody in our audience has a question or wants to make a comment about anything that you've heard from any of our speakers, we'll do it just the old-fashioned way this time. You can just raise your hand and somebody will come around with a microphone. And does anybody have a question? While you're thinking about it, I thought of one other question that I had, which I was thinking to myself, you know, is this also an opportunity for the big multinational corporations in Central and Eastern Europe maybe to act as role models for the smaller and medium-sized enterprises? I mean, to what extent could that be an important contribution to acceptance, changing mindsets, and accelerating the transition because more people understand how important it is? Caroline, as from a multinational company, maybe you can talk about that.
Yeah, sure. I think this may be the case, although I think, large and small companies, they have different opportunities and strengths and weaknesses. And I think often it's not the size that is that much decisive, but also the structure of the sector and the self-image of the company and its commitment to mobilize resources or innovative spirit, etc. In the case of our huge project that I mentioned previously, they are both funded by the EU Innovation Fund, and as I mentioned, they're asked to really spend lots of resources on stakeholder dialogue, on addressing different target groups in the neighborhood, but also a broader audience to work together with academics. In the case of the Bulgarian project, for example, one activity is that we work together with the University of Varna and conducting a study with them together to better understand the concerns of society or gaps of knowledges, etc. And then, given the outcomes of the studies, we try to contribute to a better understanding. And the same is true when it comes to collaboration, for example, also is also true regarding collaboration with our partners in the value chain. You mentioned before that the technologies are there, there are other obstacles, but that's only part of the truth, because of course we have to push the maturity also of the technologies. We have, for example, in Brevik in Norway, you may know, there we are currently establishing the first CCS plant in the cement sector at a large scale, which will go into operations next year. And we have lots of visitors there from all over the world who want to learn about it, and they will spread that knowledge, of course, also in their countries. And that's people from the authorities, it's from university, academics, it's the media, it's politicians, etc. And this is, of course, something that large companies can really contribute to that, and yeah, maybe a role model in that respect.
I want to ask also about the role of regulations. I know nobody seems to like regulations, but maybe sometimes they can be very effective and really generate some very positive changes. Malta, can you think of any specific policies or regulations that you think have been really useful, even if people like to complain about it, but which are the ones that really made a positive impact that's measurable?
Well, we've mentioned the emission trading scheme, of course, which is now in place since 2005, so I think it makes a huge difference, although it's also, for a long time, the CO2 prices were pretty low. But we've seen an impact in the energy sector, especially, also in the industry sector. That's on the one hand, and we have the F-gas regulation. It's quite a big sector, as you've seen on the chart as well before. So there's actually a budget for F-gases, which have a very high global warming potential. So this is something unique also for European policy. And now we're talking about like eco-design and also how to use it for industrial decarbonization. That's actually what we would like to combine with a discussion on lead markets, green steel, green cement. One day I think we will have to require certain minimum standards for cement and steel, because we will have to get out of the stage where we fund the transition, but we have to require it by law. But that will take some time to get there. We have to get technologies in place. I'd like to come back on the question of the role model a little bit, because I think Europe could be, or should be like a role model, or it has to be a role model, because it's not enough to decarbonize the European economy, industry, but we have to decarbonize the global industry. China has more than half of cement production worldwide, more than half of, or nearly 60% of steel production, 2/3 of aluminium production. So we have to find solutions globally and work together there. Otherwise, we're not going to succeed in preventing heat waves, because the problem is with the studies that the benefits are higher, but not the same people benefit than those which are investing. So that's a kind of the problem here. But so yeah, I think European policy has to be a role model here.
I do want to come back to the workers who are having to bear the brunt of a lot of these changes. You know, as we've talked about, it's not easy for people, and there's still a lot of skepticism, and there's a lot of fear, and people are afraid to lose their jobs, and people have lost their jobs, and older workers may struggle to be retrained in certain industries. So Monica, I would love to hear your perspective on, well, first of all, how do we ensure a fair transition to the workers who are directly impacted by industrial decarbonization? And how important are these specialist workers? And is it even realistic to think that people can be retrained or upskilled on the scale that's going to be necessary?
Thank you for this question. I will again talk more about Central and Eastern Europe, because these countries, as being one of the most industrialized countries in Europe, so still employing a lot of people in the manufacturing and in the direct production. And what does it mean when you look at the structure of the labor market from the point of view of qualification levels? So you would have in the Central and Eastern European countries much larger share of middle qualified workers than, for instance, in Germany, and the lower shares of low and high qualified. But this is changing over time. When you look on the change throughout these last 10 years, you can see increases in high qualified positions and decreases in the middle qualified. The problem is that you would hardly make middle qualified, high qualified person. So you need to have cross-industrial changes. So those losing jobs in places where they are decreasing the number of jobs in middle qualified need to find a place somewhere else, like in installations of photovoltaics instead of productions of cars, for instance. Yeah, so you need these kind of changes and switches. And yes, the labor markets until now were quite tight and are still tight in these countries. So those who are losing jobs are even positions in the company usually finding somewhere else within the company, because it's important for employers to take those people, and those who are really laid off are finding jobs somewhere else. But with expected acceleration of this process of decarbonization of products and related digitalization and automatization of productions, because these two things go hand in hand in industrial productions. You might need and will need quite a lot of mechanisms to reskill those people. And I'm coming back to this regional level of cooperation, because this is where business, labor, and some area, the geographical area, meets in one and needs to cooperate more. So it's a role of, again, because leaving this to employers only, because right now, how the requalification looks like or changes, it's mostly in the hands of the employer, and it's sort of not that much formalized qualification. It's a training sort of. So, but you might need to formalize it to have these workers more mobile throughout the employers, and this might be a challenge for the future in this industry.
If there are no questions from our audience, and I have one final question, because at the end of the day, every business wants to be profitable, right? So how can businesses, industrial enterprises actually balance the costs of decarbonization with their bottom line? I mean, this is something that every company really has to think about. So let's give the final word to Michaela, our virtual speaker. What's your take on that?
So I'm still thinking about what was already said, and what is really crucial to make the right decision at the right time point. So from the big measures that have to be implemented and that will really cost big investment that we have to make, is quite obvious. But what is my recommendation, even for the small enterprises or small and medium enterprises, is to think about each decision I have to make and try to make also the small steps. What can I make also without investment? What can how small change can be made at each decision, and this will bring us much further than you could imagine. We have made it for more than 10 years, and also big changes have been made within the production. And it saved us, these small measures last year, more than €1 million. And this is what can I really recommend to everybody. And even these small measures will motivate everybody to make bigger and bigger steps for the future, because if you try to make a big investment, you are not getting the money for the first time, maybe you don't have this motivation. And what we really need, and what is really crucial, to get the people motivated to make the steps further. And if you win the first positive steps and the first motivation, then you can really achieve big things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think they're very nice words to end our session with. Many thanks indeed to all of our speakers. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think this discussion also could have continued for another couple of hours, and we're only able to scratch the surface on the stage. But now, ladies and gentlemen, you will have the opportunity to speak to each other in a relaxed atmosphere. For our virtual participants who have been joining us via the live stream, this is the end of the live stream for today, so we hope you enjoyed it, watching wherever you may be. And day 2 of our conference will resume via live stream tomorrow morning at 9:30, so we look forward to welcoming you then. And goodbye from all of us in Berlin, and have a nice evening to you. Okay, but for us, that's right, for us, we